Energy is fire, conversation is right. If you stay tonight, baby, I might let you say all of me. Want you here, need your mind in these sheets. Completely intertwined in our minds, yeah. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Different kind of blue. Starry in the daytime. Found my living proof with you. I might lose all of me. Want you here, need your mind in the sheets. Completely intertwined in our minds, yeah. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing.
All right, guys, what is up? What is up? Peace, power, and profit to you guys today on this way back Wednesday, hump day. Call it whatever you want. Hopefully it's a money day, right? For you and yours and anything that you're putting forth out there. Hope it returns back with great energy, right? Great reciprocity, right? Shout out to the family coming into the building already. We have the awesomest Monica Lamb in the building. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't think twice. Make sure you support your tribe. Shout out to Yoda in the building as well. Peace, power, and profit to him as well. Shout out to Oba Chris Woods in the building. Shout out to him and constantly out there making moves and making things happen. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel as well. Content creator himself. Shout out to Oba Brandon in the building as well. Our resident hospice in the house holding it down from the Shy. Shout out to him as well. Happy to have him here as always. The family coming through today as you hear my loud alerts going off right now because the markets is all over the place. Of course, we're going to speak about that today as well. So mind you, if you hear that little pinging sound, that is my alerts going off because I am actively trading the market, right? So that, you know, again, got to always have my my scouts out there working for me, right? While I'm also trying to add value to our days, you know, here on YouTube, right? So shout out to everybody on Twitter. Shout out to the family on Facebook as well. If you're able to kind of tune in, we appreciate you again for your likes, your shares, your subscribes, you know, the whole value within that. You're part of this community, as we like to say. So, you know, we are very, you know, centric when it comes to the workshop and workshop mindset, right? Or the community, right? Or the think tank mechanism that comes with being invested and utilizing other, you know, like-minded individuals to help you with your, you know, your growth, right? So we're big proponents of that. And we appreciate people who take the time to offer help wherever they can and helping people, get through, this journey, right? As investors and traders, right? Oh my, right? So again, with that being said, again, we're going to jump right into it. Of course, I don't have a long timeline to be kind of doing this today. A few things to take care of. I had a busy week last week. Thank you all again for, being patient with me last week. I had a lot of things going on inside my household. So they're, definitely humble for that. And, revitalized, re-energized, ready to get back at this market. Of course, it's all over the place. The month of July is a powwow month full of economic data that's going to come down the pipeline and make everybody, be on their P's and Q's. If not, then it could get very ugly real quick, right? So again, as you guys know, today is the CPI report card release date, right? So if today was a day to kind of, show up at the house with your report card or without it, right? In terms of the administration, they will definitely not want to show up at the house with their progress report, right? Or their report card, because given the numbers at this point, they are failing, right? They are completely failing. Between them and the Federal Reserve, they have just whisked the market all around and got people hopes up high and got a lot of people, trying to invest in the market and trying to time the market. And it's just a hot mess out there right now. And a lot of that is attributed to, again, a lot of bad policy, right? A lot of bad planning, a lot of bad, forecasting, if you will, by these so-called economic geniuses that are residing in around Washington here in my backyard. But just globally too, because we got federal governors as well who, compile data within their jurisdiction or their region and present it as well, right, to the Fed, chair in terms of Jerome Powell. And then from there, Janet Yellen, then they delineate whether or not, we should do certain things to, smooth over the economy. But as of now, of course, we all know we've been planning for this stuff. I have to keep repeating that. We've been planning for these moments. And of course, no one likes to see their, long-term portfolio take a hit or their 401k, TSP, Roth, whatever. But this is the nature of doing business, right? As the saying goes, sink or swim, right? Sink or swim. This comes, at no surprise to us to see the market backpedaling and still trying to save itself from itself. Of course, the data came out today and the market took a dive, right? During pre-market, a deep dive. And as of now, of course, we done bounced back literally, if not all of that we lost, coming from yesterday's, right, closing price around 380.83, right? So that says a lot about the marketplace resiliency, right? There's this energy where, okay, at some point, someone going to be able to call the bottom, right? Of course, we have a lot of people who have attempted over the past literally 5 months, and they've just been wrong. And they're still going out there on the record, trying to be on the record and saying, well, I called the bottom, right? A repeat offender, right? As one would say, a repeat offender would be Jim Cramer, right? He's constantly jumping out the window, right? But but everybody knows at this point, every time, he says something, do the opposite, right? It's not even a secret at this point, right? With his, his lack of being able to call the market as being a so-called market veteran, he just, between him and Kathy Woods, I think they will get the worst analyst of the year award, hands down, no doubt, right? They've been very forceful in trying to force the market to bend to their will, as opposed to listening to what the Federal Reserve is saying and saying, do not fight me. I have to what? Control this inflation. I have to take the demand out the marketplace. And they're still telling people to buy stocks, at 40, 50 PE ratios, 30 plus PE ratios, 100 plus PE ratios. And again, it's just reckless, right? It's just reckless. It's criminal if you ask me in a lot of ways, because a lot of people are just not built to be able to make these kind of executive decisions on their own. So they trust in these TV analysts to kind of give them some kind of guidance, right? Between that and then it's a lot of YouTubers too, so I can't leave them out as well, right? Telling people to jump out the boat. And, again, time they jump in, the stock market's going down to 3, 4, 5, 7, 8%. Like, man, so it's rough out here is my point, I guess, whatever, right? A person has to be accountable for their own positions and their own, buying or selling, as one would say. Never invest more than you have willing to lose. That is fact. However, it does, in my opinion, take a seat, a backseat approach to the reality of this, because you say, well, you would think these people who are making these kind of somewhat incendiary calls about the market will have a little bit level of I should say, you would think that they would feel a little bit more responsible if they were investing their own money as well. Now, some of them are, and then the rest of them are just kind of throwing out stuff to get people riled up so it can bail out their losing positions, right? And we know that to be true because we know, people like Tom Lee, right? Tom Lee has just been, horribly wrong, right? Horribly wrong, right? And calling, for price targets and rallies and just everything. He's just all over the place, right? But again, we get it, right? That's the nature of the market. That's the nature of, being able to discern who's fiction, who's faux, right? Who's fact, whatever. And it just makes makes the average trader become more stronger and resilient. Now, hopefully it doesn't come at the price where you lose more money than you should, right? Because I like to tell people all day, every day, again, this is a game of due diligence and discipline, right? Due diligence and discipline equals dollars. That's facts. Right? You cannot escape that. Anything in life that you're trying to put forth in terms of progressive value, you have to put forth good due diligence and you have to have a great level of discipline, right? Without those things, morals and values, throw them out the window, right? You got to have a way to govern your existence, right? And govern your moves, right? And from there, then you can say, okay, I'm ready now, right? I'm ready to do these things. And so we, again, be remiss that we never, take the time to bring those things up because a lot of traders who are chasing this market have been drugged, up and down this revolving rug pull type of marketplace, and they cannot get their footing, right? And that's because, again, they're too busy chasing as opposed to reading and being patient, right? Again, you cannot time this market. And if anyone tells you that, then that's just sad, right? It's just very sad, right? What's going on? Sarah say that's Kathy Wood. She named her fund ARC because that's what it does, right? It goes up and then goes back down to where it started, making an arc. I will agree with that 1,000%. And that's no shade against Miss Kathy Wood, but I can assure you, you are 100% right, Miss Sarah Brown, because everything we witnessed thus far coming out of the ARC investment group, if you will, from all the multiplicity of ETFs that she has in the house, her even moving from the state of New York down to the state of Florida, you would think such a transition would give her a moment to kind of clear her thoughts and make a new change, new space, new me, all that stuff, and it still didn't work. She took that same energy from New York down to Florida, and it got worse, right? She began to double down on a lot of her, again, I don't know, maybe whatever you want to call it, right? I'm just gonna call it these incendiary, ludicrous calls that she's been saying that the market is going to do this and the market's going to do that, and we're just underpricing growth stocks that's sitting at over 100 plus PE. Like, what's wrong with us for not wanting to buy, Netflix at $500-600 or Teladoc at near 200 plus, or Coinbase at 300. Like, this is the nerve of people like that who pay these top-notch, quantitative engineers and math statisticians and all that to be able to compile data to present it to her so she can make a base case for her people who buy into her fund, and then she's left them out to dry. These people have lost tons of money. If we just use it from a percentage standpoint, right? The ARC fund in itself is down roughly well over 50-60%, somewhere around there, give or take. And again, it just goes to show you, right? You cannot, that's one thing I love about the stock market. That's one thing I love about this industry, guys. No matter who you are, no matter what your economic background, your educational background, your social background, credit score up or down, criminal history up or down, whatever, that stuff don't matter here. What matters is your level of, insight, interest, value, and due diligence, turning over leaves, rocks, stones to get the best, compiled data that you can to make informed decision, executive decision, if you will, about market value. It doesn't take a person that's, that went to MIT or UCLA or Stanford or Wharton, economic school right in Pennsylvania, right? Right, the great Jeremy Siegel up there, right? It doesn't matter. Does not matter. Again, you could take a guy that works at McDonald's off the fry line, get him, him or her, focus on understanding that, their future that's ahead of them, introduce the stock market to them and give them, a litany of things to kind of focus on and let them, grow, and they can be just as successful as a person been sitting in this stuff for 20, 30 years. All right. They're hungry, they have open mind, they're not biased, right? They're not taking this, bull or bear case. They saying, oh, I'm just trying to play the side that's, or play what the market is providing me, right? See, that's what I love about this stuff, right? Because a lot of people, again, are caught up in personality, and the market does not care about congeniality. It does not, right? It does not. It cares about money movement, right? Money supply, stimulus. So that we realize. That being said, my intellectual peers in this, and we're at this thing, we're trying to make things happen best we can. And days like today are just, phenomenal. Why do I say that? Why? Because it just gives us more of a reason to realize that everything that we've been planning for up until this point is coming into fruition, where we can say we're comfortable with the data. We're comfortable with it, regardless of the situation or the carnage that it may leave behind for certain values or certain people. But because again, keep in mind, we're long-term investors as well, right? We got portfolios that are taking a hit right now as well. Well, we know where to cast that blame to ultimately, but in the end, it still is up to us to manage our books. Right? You got to trade your own book. You got to manage your own book. That's why we're trying to be self-sufficient and being very, prudent investors, right? Wanting to be financially literate comes from, again, going through ups and downs, right? Peaks and troughs. The greatest thing about this particular industry, as opposed to actual, brick and mortar businesses or whatever, you do really have, time on your side. If you have great investments in play, meaning great assets that has, moats or great potential value, great probability of success, timelined over, more than just a couple of years, like a lot of these SPACs that came and left, like really quick, then yeah, you should be fine. You will be fine. Why? Because when markets go through boom and bust cycles, if you're a student of history, you will see that the markets at some point, once it flushes out all this fluff, all this bad data, all this bad policy, all the things that cause us to be in such a situation, and we get a participating global market somewhat back, online, if you will, then yeah, things will kind of work themselves through the system, right? And so for me, it's just a game of saying, okay, well, I can remain solvent while everybody's acting irrational, or I will be solvent while everybody's still acting irrational. They just keep trying to time the bottom. They keep trying to buy, Apple at 160, 150, and Apple just keeps diving. Like, so I'm like, dude, just save some of that money to when you get enough, compelling information, and then make such a decision. But that's just my opinion, right? Again, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial planner. I'm just your average brother, Emporium, who offers value wherever I can. I do have mentorship, right? We do things strictly, book related, no more, no less, right? Opinions, everyone has them, right? But one thing about the value of the market, you have to be able to apply right? All of that opinionated energy in the form of a correct, to a degree, thesis, and come up with some kind of form of greater than or normal probability. That comes from what? Research methodology. That comes from being a student of technical analysis, fundamental analysis, right? Understanding the psychology behind the marketplace in terms of what other investors may do before they even do it. You're playing chess, not checkers. And the ultimate value that you can put forth is a 4D chess move, right? Google that if you're not familiar with that. We talk about it a lot on our channel, of course. So if you're in the market of making 4D chess moves, that means you're very strategic, then you'll be fine. You'll get through this. I mean, before you know it, a lot of this stuff will be behind us. And I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but I'm just saying at some point, if you have a long game, a long trading, a long investing thesis, state of mind or status value, then you should be fine. Right? I'm more than certain you will be. Just make sure the companies that you're investing in understand their value, right? Are they growth? Are they value? Are they legacy stocks? Or are they meme stocks, right? That's the fourth one. We get this new one now called momentum stocks, right? Momentum trades, momentum stocks, right? Whatever, right? Meme stocks. So again, that's why we're here, right? We're here to become better. And y'all know we move across all asset classes. We hit everything, right? We're not beholden to one value over other, because our goal is to be able to canvas this entire ecosystem of financial literacy for what it's worth, to some kind of form of a a somewhat of a timeline, right? In terms of understanding how one connects with the other, how they all kind of work in unison in terms of each other. Of course, we're hearing now that even Europe going through such a harder recession than we are. Of course, they don't want to say we're in a recession yet, but we know Europe is in a recession by all intents and purposes, and their currency has just reached dang near or lost parity to our currency, and that has not happened since what they said. I think it's like the 1800s, something like that, some crazy number. Like the euro has finally dumped, right? It has finally fell on its face, right? It's under the value of a USD dollar, even though we had the reserve currency. The euro, was still stronger in paper value than that of the USD dollar, but that has all changed now, right? The euro is dumping, and obviously for us, our U.S. currency is rising, the dollar, right? The doxy or the dixie, some people call it either or. And that's not necessarily a great thing as well. Why? Because, again, we're talking about currency exchange rates. If our dollar is overly strong and everybody else is failing, what do you think the exchange rate is going to be when we go to buy, their goods or import-export values, right? It's going to crush a lot of these companies. And when it comes to their earnings, if they're getting a lot of their products from overseas, the raw commodities from overseas, you see how that works? So there's no, there's no place to really hide out right now in this marketplace, completely. And there's places where you can kind of, move in and out of, and, in terms of some cyclical plays, in terms of defensive plays, and we know some of those assets and what they are. We talked about them before, but you can't really just set up shop and just like, okay, this is just great, right? Unless you have a long-term horizon and willing to go through the ebb and flows, right? So again, moments like this are great, right? We know it. The same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin going through its flux right now, right? It's trying to stay above, dirt, if you will, in terms of 20,000. I'll say, you know what? That's not, to me, I think that's wishful thinking, because we need to get, in my opinion, of course, it's my opinion, we got to get through, a lot of this, stimulus money that came in during the back of, the Federal Reserve, big helicopter drop that we did because of COVID. And a lot of those traders who didn't understand the game, they didn't understand, when markets make such, astronomical moves like that, you have to have some kind of form of a back test at some point, right? Especially if there's gaps in the market, right? Gaps underneath these large and the life moves, right? When those things get filled, when a lot of that, crazy money has been flushed out the system, then you say to yourself, you know what? Yeah, I may have, bought a little higher than I may have wanted to. I've been dollar cost averaging a little higher than I may have wanted to. But now I just got presented with another a whole new opportunity to buy this thing a lot cheaper, right? As the saying goes, right? And this is a quote that a lot of economists use that are very solid. It's matter of fact, to be exact, Rick Rue, right? I love Rick Rue, right? Sharp individual. If you like an asset at, let's say, $1, and something happens and it now goes down to 50 cents. And it still has all of its certain faculties intact for us, a growth story, all these things like that. Don't look at it as that is, that all of a sudden that the stock lost 50% of its value. It just got 50% cheaper. It just got 50% cheaper. Hence, you can buy more at a lower price, right? And that comes from you being comfortable and confident in knowing what you're doing, how to rate an asset value, right? How to give it a fair value up against, other asset classes or the marketplace. That's how you have to go about looking at this stuff, right? Wall Street does it all the time, right? They just trick retail dumb money into thinking that, okay, just because a retail analyst or, JP Morgan or a hedge fund analyst comes out and throws out some kind of price target and you get all to do it. I think, the stock is going to do this and do that. You're worrying about, price targets. I'm worrying about long-term aspects of growth. Right, I need this money to turn over 5-10 years from now. Right, a lot of those analysts may not even be around during that time frame. Right, so that's what investing is all about. It's about being confident in the ability to, number one, utilize the community, meaning people who are really humbled and honest and hungry about this value of growth. In terms of the data that they compile, you bounce up against what you may have, right? As I say, find your own, find your own niche or niche, but steal from everybody, right? One of my favorite quotes, right? And then build upon that, right? Build upon that, right? So again, for a lot of traders, they may not accept that because they're in and out the market every day. But for those people who do a little bit of both, right? Who have that duality, then yeah, we understand, both aspects of that, which makes us more effective in what we do, right? We know how to slow the market down, right? And we know how to speed the market up, right? And that's to be, commended. Why? Because a lot of people just not built for that. They don't know how to read the markets at those different values, right? They'll get run over if they try to trade on a 1 minute chart when the stock that has a beta, well over 5 plus, and this stock just moving all over the place like an equalizer. They're like a deer in the headlight. Like, bro, what's this? I'm straight. Let me go back to them, hourly charts or a daily chart, right? So like that, right? So again, yeah, it comes with the territory, right? What's going on? Over Rich B in the building, over Chavez McCray in the house. Shout out to the family coming through as well. Happy to have those gentlemen in the building, right? Peace, power, profit to you all today, guys. Hope y'all having a wonderful throwback, not even throwback. I'm about to say throwback Thursday, hump day Wednesday, or what they call, or halfway through the end of the week, Wednesday, right? Whatever. Right. But shout out to you all again. Thank y'all for being in the building today. As y'all see, the market here is just all over the place. Given the fact that we had the CPI data that came out today, man, I tell you what, the fireworks ain't been nothing but what stellar, right? Of course, I'm excited for my own right because I bought my puts into this CPI print and I did not even hedge them. Right. I did not hedge them. Had nothing to do with whether the information leaked from the BLSI or not. They cleaned that up they tried to, of course. Had nothing to do with that, right? Had more so to do with me being a student of the game, a person that knows how to go to the commodity markets and check it, a person who knows how to go to the federal websites and check, what the stimulus values are looking like, right? What do the balance sheets look like? What's the M1 money supply, M2 money supply? What are the LIBOR numbers looking like? What are the 10-year treasury yields looking like up against the 2 years, right? What's the TLT, right? I know how to go check these different data points and make my own conclusive evidential, stake in the ground in terms of what I feel like the market's going to be, either surprised with or not so surprised with, and they'll just act surprised. But nonetheless, I'm putting my money, in according to where my thesis leads me. Dealing with the primaries, not again talking points, but real true primaries, right? And again, we've been practicing this stuff, we've been training for this stuff, we've been going to places that know how to look up this stuff. So it shouldn't be a surprise to a lot of us as well. Now, even though you have markets that pull the kind of moves that you're getting today, this is typical of the market, right? When it dumps like this and just rallies back, you got to see it for what it is, right? Right. This algos, this is people who got caught holding the bag. Again, somebody bought the market initially when the print first came out. They brought the market all the way up to 385. They were buying at 383, 384, 385, and they got caught holding the bag. Then the market turned around and dumped on them. Imagine that. Like, imagine those guys, like, wanting to be right so bad, wanting the data just to go away so bad, and they don't want to deal with the elephant in the room. But the fact that, again, the Federal Reserve is just getting started with quantitative tightening, right? Running off, the balance sheet, right? The Federal Reserve, right? All this nearly $9 trillion. That's going to take well over, basically 2-3 years from their mandate, right? Might as well just, pack a lunch. Right, the rate they're gonna try to snail pace this stuff, and they know that for them, as they've been trying to convince people that it's transitory, then it went from not so transitory, okay, well it's not transitory at all, but we're not gonna have a recession. To then, okay, well the recession ain't off the table, but we should be able to land the market, with a soft landing. To then it being okay, well it may not be so much of a soft landing, but we will make sure that this will not be a long recession. Okay, what's next? Well, you may lose your house, but maybe you won't. Right? Again, this is the ignorance of people who just been following these people who've been just adamantly wrong, right? And they're supposed to be the best in breed that our economy has to offer. And you guys are running circles around them. You guys are running circles around them. Shade tree mechanic type investors and traders, and yet we got more, compelling evidential information to add than the Federal Reserve or the talking heads of these TV, whatever they are. Again, you just couldn't make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. And so, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting quarter, right? We're now, we're going to close out Q2. We found out that, we got this negative growth value going. We're almost but certain that we're going to get another negative print coming up with the GDP around the 28th or 29th of this month. We have the GDP coming out. We got another rate hike coming, up the bat really soon, right? I think the 27th of the Feds would have the next FOMC meeting, right? And now on the table is the fact that whether they should do that full 75 that was kind of lingering off and on, on some of these kind of, fund rates, or now that we got this new data that came out for the CPI being harder than expected, it could possibly be even 100 basis points. Now, I'm going on the record saying that, you know what? This Federal Reserve, this administration, they don't have the galls to do what's right to really kill inflation. They're kicking the can down the road the same way they kicked the can down the road when it came to what? Pulling back the stimulus. They're going to always err on the side of making, again, Wall Street feel safe. The administration, people feel safe as if they're winning, as opposed to really doing what it takes to help everybody, right? They don't play that game of, one for all for one, right? It's a quid pro quo kind of system that we live with. Y'all know that to be true, right? It's no secrets there. So this idea now that 100 basis point rate hike is on the table now because this hotter than usual CPI print 9.1, it's about a 39 percentile value that it can hit. It's about a 39 percentile now. That was almost, look, every bit around maybe like 5-10% maybe before this today's number, right? And it began to kind of grow as people start to leak the information that, okay, CPI is going to be hotter than expected. And the one tool that the Fed uses to kind of map out true inflation for their perspective, which is a false one, the core PCE, right? Or the core CPI, if you want to call it that. But that number even came in harder than expected. They were planning for that to actually go down, and it did not. It did not. Right? So more of what we already knew, guys. These people are, again, they will sail well to a water if they could, if they can keep these assets elevated. And the sad thing about it, the Feds actually need stock prices to come down. They need housing prices to come down. They need demand to come down. They need unemployment to go what? To go up. They need people to lose jobs in order for them to beat inflation. Ain't that something? Right? Like this is the level of lunacy surrounding, this situation, right? This system, because it has now morphed into something that's very sinister, where now lying, has become, a part of the lexicon of politicians in a way where we know that was already a part of, but now it's like, okay, that's just the average, right? We're never going to tell you the truth. We're not going to tell you the truth about your health and well-being, COVID. We're not going to tell you the truth about your economic situation, all the stimulus, right? Again, borrowing money, and then they sending majority of your tax dollars overseas to help a country that has nothing to do with what's going on in your backyard, right? Y'all already know what that's about. Another, hundreds of millions of dollars, or dang near billions of dollars going over to Ukraine, $1.4 billion to help their healthcare workers, to help their healthcare workers in Ukraine, meaning the Ukrainians. They don't care about the healthcare workers here. They don't care about the educators here in America. They don't care about the gas. They don't care about your they don't care about none of that. All they care about is protecting their interests over there in Ukraine. Now, you couldn't make this stuff up, right? But when you want to do your part to help, these are right? Or it's just you have to adhere to it. So while you suffer in silence, they're going to potentially be able to live somewhat of a better life, because essentially that's what's going to end up happening when all this stuff is over and done. Then who's gonna come in there but rebuild? Who's gonna get those contracts, right? Yeah. So it's deeper than what it is. We get that. We're not gonna sit there and go on and on about it. We know what's going on at this point, but I gotta speak to that. Why? Because they're trying to force you into being comfortable and allowing these things to happen while you're paying exorbitantly higher price at the grocery store. You can barely get baby formula for your babies, right? Again, your gas bill is through the roof, both for your car and your house, right? Energy bills are through the roof. And you're supposed to, again, suffer in silence. You're supposed to get evicted in silence, right? You're supposed to miss on paying your bills in silence because you have to do other, jump through hoops to take care of other things that are now inflated behind a government who's still comfortable knowing you're in such a situation, but they still want to send your tax dollars overseas. Like, you couldn't make this stuff up, right? You couldn't make this stuff up, right? It's just, everybody got to be blamed for inflation except the people who are in control of the government. Y'all notice that? The more and more these I don't know, this government as a whole, they've gotten so bold in passing the buck, passing the blame. Like, nobody takes responsibility anymore. Right? That's, we really on the edge of some real, true draconian oligarchy type of insidious values now, where we know there's agenda much deeper than the value of what you thought your tax dollars should be going for. Right? They're just literally taking your money and doing what the hell they want to do with it. Point blank, period. In your face. Right? And you're not part of their gang, so you're on the losing side, or you die. You're on the wrong side of their perceived value of history. Like, this is the idiocy of what you've been dealing with here. Right? So again, if nobody gonna call it straight, then guess what? Then we have to. If no one's gonna step up and be the adults in the room, then guess what? We're gonna have to. Right? So that matters. Right? That matters. Right? So we got to move with a level of consciousness. We have to be patient. We have to be, solid in our approach to this marketplace. No matter what asset class you're trading, be it crypto, forex, binary options, regular options, equities, whatever, right? It all has a price action, right? It all has a technical perspective, right? It has a lot of the elements that we know to be evident as investors and traders, that, these things have to be in alignment in order for you to find value, right? Or find some kind of form of alpha, right? So with that being said, right? There my alerts going off now. Again, y'all know I'm working right now, so you got to bear with my alerts. With that being said, again, it's just going to be incumbent of us. It's going to be incumbent of us to make sure that we got constantly stay grounded, stay in those environments where people putting out good information. Build from it. Build from it. Do not get caught spinning your wheels, right? Don't get, never take an emotional approach to any investment. That's just my opinion. Hence, we like to say we rent, we lease, we don't own. We rent, we lease, we do not own. That means I can walk away with on a dime and not have any kind of form of buyer's or seller's remorse. Why? Because we understand that these assets are run by humans, right? Emotions, psychology, runs rampant in the marketplace. That's all over the place. People are flustered. They capitulate, right? You do not want to be, banking on somebody else keeping their crap together emotionally and not panic selling. The same thing for these big hedge funds too. They panic sell too. Don't get it twisted, right? We saw what happened with Bill Ackman, right? We saw what happened with Bill Ackman. How much he lost on that Netflix deal? $400 billion? How much was it? It was something, 4 billion, something like that, some crazy number, right? Bet on Netflix thinking it was going to turn around when it was around about near 350, went to 400, and then they ran into earnings and the stock dumped and went down to 200 plus. Like, couldn't make this stuff up. Major L. So yeah, they take L's too. Warren Buffett take L's too, right? So that's the nature of this business, right? The nature of the beast, if you will, right? Sink or swim, right? That's the value. Sink or swim. Which one are you going to do, right? Which one are you going to do, right? So again, that's why these conversations are important. So you need to have that kind of surreal, like, of course, I'm proud military, so we used to have, these kind of safety briefings. Safety briefings are like some of the worst, but the best things you can get. They long, they're boring, they're drawn out, but the intel that you're getting there to say, hey, think twice, right? Perform all the necessary PMCS checks before you move. Why? Because it matters, right? Right? It matters, right? Go over all your steps if possible. Realize why you're here. What's important? What are you protecting? And then you make your move. Don't jump out there half cocked, right? Or it can be real brutal. So it's important, again, when you can have moments like this, speak truth to power, be humble and be honest with yourself, because it's your money that's on the line. It's your money that's on the line, right? So that, again, we're gonna make sure that everybody understands that, right? No matter what they say, no matter how they try to condition you to think it's different, don't fall for it. If it does not align with your data, Again, we are at that point now, or that crucible point where the markets is at the midway point of the year, right? Not necessarily much on the fiscal calendar. Well, somewhat on the fiscal calendar too, right? We kind of entered into that third quarter, timeline of data record keeping. But as of now, everything we kind of, again, witnessed thus far has been spot on. We've been spot on in calling this market thus far. And I'm proud to say that, right? Don't necessarily mean we got millions and millions of dollars in our bank accounts or our brokerage accounts, but it shows that we're methodically going through this stuff and we're being prudent as possible. And we take L's too, right? We take L's too, right? But I will say, at least we're being conscious enough to build from our moments, build upon the data, and we're staying in alignment with what we're seeing. It's just still up for us to kind of be beholden to the marketplace. You can have a thesis that's literally 100% dress right up and down, and the market will throw you a complete curveball and mess your whole trading thesis up. Now, who do you blame that on? Right? It's moments like that. I know every trader goes through that, right? It's going to be moments where you put together, a power hour trade, and the market does the complete opposite. When all the signs tell you that it should be doing exactly what you mapped out. That's the nuttiness of all those things that I spoke about earlier that you have to navigate. You have to circumvent all the variables best as possible, and then make a great, executive decision from that. All right. So again, CPI 9.1%. 9.1%. They literally said after the last 8.8%, 8.6, 8.8%, that inflation was peaking. And we should get a softer read for the month of June. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember them telling us, right, after the May data that came out in June, that June should be a lot lower? Why? Because gas prices, or in their mind, some of the oil price stocks were coming down. Lumber was coming down. Soybean, rough rice, sugar, lean hogs, cattle, all them commodities were coming down. So therefore, inflation should be coming down too. Y'all remember that? I'm asking for a friend. Do y'all actually remember them saying that all up and down the TV, bragging about it, this, that, and the third? And people are like, okay, yeah, inflation is peaking, bro. The bottom is in. And then what happened? Right? See, this is the nut. Again, we may have been born at night, but not last night, right? I'll repeat. We may have been born at night, but not last night. If you fail for that, then yeah, good luck. Because at that time, majority of the marketplace in itself was trending at prices where it trapped a lot of people, right? It trapped a lot of people, right? And this is, again, the extent of how they just convince you guys that this is normal. And it's not, right? This is not normal, right? We're talking about June. See right here? Oh, the bottom is in, bro. Inflation is peaked, bro. We bounced from 386 and we're all the way up here to 417 there, 420. The bottom is in, bro. What you mean, man? I'm buying Apple up here. I'm buying Netflix up here. I'm buying Tesla up here, bro. I'm buying Amazon up here, bro. Google, all that. Teladoc, all that. Twitter, all that. And then what happened? Try to, bounce back, and then what happened? I mean, you just couldn't make this up. I mean, just one big, long, ugly bear flag here if you look at it for what it really is. And people just keep getting suckered in. They want this market to turn around so desperately that they're willing to ignore all the data, all the things that tell you that this thing is nowhere near fixed, it's still broken. And they're suffering from a high level of cognitive dissonance. A high level of cognitive dissonance. Even these well-to-do people who are just constantly trying to convince people that this is a risk-on marketplace. And then they keep taking L's. So I don't know if he's even deliberate at this point or not. They may be trying to jack people up. The way it's going, right? They're trying to jack people up. I mean, it's just ludicrous, right? When you think about it, right? But again, That's why people like us exist. That's why we exist, guys. Why? Because we are the what? The equalizers, right? We're the equalizers to all this foolishness, right? Right? They go low, we go high, right? They go low, right? Go high, we go low, right? Right? We playing the opposite, right? They go high, we go low. I'm sure y'all go. Oh, y'all getting a very bullish. Okay, y'all, I'm finna short. I'm finna get ready to short this right now, real quick, like. Right? You got to be conscious of this guy. I know y'all get it, but and you never want to make a lot of people losing. But you realize, a lot of people are just setting their own selves up for what? For failure, because they would just refuse to accept the information. Right? So that's why we're here. All right? So we put out little montages and little videos, our sound bite, and we have fun. But we want to make our environment fun for we can what? Learn this stuff, right? Because the people are, visual learners. You got people more audio based, more people more, optical, intuitive when they read certain things or ingest things, or when they write or however. We just trying to make sure we canvas it, best we can, right? Best we can, right? In all facets, right? Because we know what we're dealing with here, right? We know exactly what we're dealing with here in this type of marketplace. And it just helps. It helps people to stay a little bit more, again, grounded, like I said before. So this is your marketplace here, guys. I'm just saying, they told you, the bottom was in. They told you the bottom was in up here. The bottom was in up here. And, 420, all that, the bottom was in. And yet we can find, we keep finding ourselves what? Going low. And today, even though we know those numbers were really bad, and you see this kind of bounce back right here, right? You see this big, massive bounce back, right? We went down as low as 373 and change today, guys. We're sitting up here now at 381. What is that about? Well, you know what it's about. It's the old game that Wall Street plays, right? When they take L's and they weren't expecting to take an L, the best thing that they know how to do is think they can buy themselves out of a what? A bad trade. Buy themselves out of what? Bad economic data. Buy themselves out of what? The idea that they can't control the marketplace. By way of that, this is a spoiled environment that traps a lot of people who don't have the resources and all the wherewithal to be able to realize exactly what's going on. Now, yeah, if you're trading, you understand peak to troughs, right? We get that. As investors, you say, whoa, this is ugly information. And then they're going to come out and double down, or not in this case, not double down. They're going to quadruple down because they've been wrong for the past 4 or 5 months. They've been wrong on inflation. Longer than that from the Feds and many others, right? Going back as far as 2021. But they're going to keep saying that this is the bottom. They're trying to feed the algos that kind of rhetoric too. Algos going to buy the same way they bought earlier, then they got slammed because they prematurely bought a bad data print. You see how that works? So algos are just trying to function upon all these so-called name brand people that's tied to the marketplace who's constantly trying to preach this pipe dream. And I'm saying, hey, at some point, yeah, they're going to be right at some point, right? A clock is right twice a day, right? Twice a day. All the times in between that is wrong. That's essentially the entire stock market right now. And people are comfortable with that. Again, they're comfortable buying, up here. And again, all the other stocks like we talk about, like Tesla, all that stuff, they have been buying them stocks at $900, $800, $1,000, Apple at $160, $170, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the lunacy of the marketplace. Like, yeah, so yeah, we got 9.1 inflation. And now here's the kicker. If I ask each and every one of y'all right now who's maybe listening on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube here, I ask y'all, do y'all think inflation is going down anytime soon? Go. Do y'all think inflation is going away anytime soon? Go. I'm asking for a friend. While y'all typing in the back chat or putting your answers in the chats wherever you can, let's roll some of that beautiful bean footage.
Energy is fire. Conversation is right. If you stay tonight, baby, I might let you take all of me. Want you here, need your mind. future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Different kind of blue. Starry in the daytime. Found my living proof with you. I might lose. Oh, hurry. Won't you hear me? Your mind in the sheets. Completely intertwining our minds. Yeah. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing.
All right. Again, this is what we're dealing with, right? Right? Oh, Chris, a loan denied. All right. All right. What's going on? Family CG3 in the building. Peace, power, profit to you, man. Happy to have you here. We got family, everything in the building as well, guys. Shout out to you gentlemen today as well. Happy to have y'all here as always. Again, this is what we're up against, guys. This is the marketplace, right? This is the marketplace. And again, if they feel like, inflation, is going down, and it's going down at a rate where it's comparable for them to have this level of, again, newfound optimism as if employment is finna get any better when layoffs are just not getting started. They're just getting started laying people off. I mean, we can go down the list of all the companies thus far have already laid people off or planning to lay people off. They're just getting started. And this is, again, this earnings cycle that we're up against right now, that literally started today, or if you want to say tomorrow, basically, right? Or we'll just say this week, but just today or tomorrow. This is going to be, man, you talking about a dot, oof. That's why they're trying to pump the market today, too. Don't get it twisted, guys. Them trying to bounce the market off the lows today is trying to cushion themselves for what's coming for the earning place from the banks, going into tech, and this, down the list of retail discretionary items like that. See, this is all save face, right? This is a game of let's save face, because they hate playing from the lows, right? Wall Street hates investing from the lows or near the lows of what? Bad data, right? Bad data values in terms of a technical perspective on the market puts them at a point where they're more vulnerable, right? Because they know people can capitulate once they feel like they're losing, and they begin to think about losing more. They capitulate, they sell, cause algos to flip, cause stop loss to get triggered, and then now what? We can get that ugly plummet. Now, the interesting part about that, if they would have went ahead and got that out the way back, let's say even around April sometime, just when they got out the way, they're gonna get the big flush that everybody waiting on. Everybody waiting for this big old capitulation moment to happen, right? This cathartic move that everybody kind of keep planning for. If they would have got that out the way back in April, guess what? By July, August, September, most people probably been feeling more comfortable about what? Potentially adding a little bit, because we would have got that flush down, be it, so be it, whatever, 350, 330. Some people got different levels, but anywhere around 330, 350, give or take, that could have been what? Out the way, and people can start rebuilding from long-term portfolios at that point. No, but they want to drag this stuff out. Why? Because, again, greed begets greed, and a hard head makes a soft behind. People need to lose. Let me just say it this way. People need to lose money right now, and that's a harsh thing to say. I know it. But some people just need to go ahead and lose some money right now and get priced out the market. Why? Because they are part of the lunacy who wants to buy the dip at 460, 470, and the mountain of data was coming down the pipeline saying, oh, things going to get ugly, and they just kept buying. They kept using their stimulus checks. They kept using, paychecks. Then they went to using their credit card. They just kept trying to buy because they thought this buy the dip culture was still alive. Turns out it was not. And they're suffering now because all the gains listed that came out of 2021, them gains got wiped out. Go look at the chart, right? Them gains got wiped out, right? So they can't make a logical case for why they should still be uberly bullish when the market is already showing you like, bro, we out of there, right? We out of there for now, right? At least until we get more more data. Look at this here. This is 2021. Right, we came into 2021 sitting at around 360, 370, right, 380ish. Where we at now today? Y'all see that right there? Y'all see this here? I'm asking for a friend. Y'all see that right there? So all this right here got wiped out. They rolled it up and then they rolled the what? They rolled the Ferris wheel all the way back down, roller coaster all the way back down. Ain't that something? And they probably didn't even want to take profit. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you couldn't make this stuff up, right? Not making it up. So I'm just asking, if they feel that confident about this marketplace, then I hope they were buying a dip, in their mind, right? Because they're going to save the market, right? They trying to play captain save the market. They buying the dip here, right? They bought the dip here, right? They bought the dip here, and typically we know they ain't really buying the dip because they ain't that savvy. They buying the top saying they buying the dip. They bought the dip here at the top, and they bought the dip here at the top. Right, they bought the dip up around there 400 at the top, and it just keeps going lower and lower and diving. Like, make it make sense, guys. Make it make sense. Somebody please help me out. Make it make sense. What's going on over Chris? What's going on over Brandon? Peace, power, and profit to the gentleman in the building, man. What do y'all think about this CPI data, man? What's going on with this market right now? Have we learned our lesson yet, or are we still gonna be on this the back of the bus with crayons up our nose and glue, gluing our head to our shoulder, or are we gonna still be on that short bus? Somebody help me out.
We're going to be on the short bus. Peace, power, and profit, though, to everybody.
Peace, power, and profit, over.
Yeah, 100% on that short bus drinking high-C peroxide bleach.
In one of the high-C pouches, right? That's
yep.
A new flavor. They wear it even in the pouch for me. Right? Could make this stuff up, guys. And people are just, they are head over heels and wanting to be right at the expense of a lot of other people losing money. Because a lot of these people got a lot of influence, right? We know about the TV talking heads. I mean, it goes to the YouTube side too. Y'all know that's a whole nother can of worms in itself, right? But all these people who wants to be, I guess, giving out what is this? A badge of, I was able to kind of call it. No, that's not what this is about, right? This is about protecting people's value or worth, their sanity for the most part. Because a lot of people are still new. Yeah, they want to learn. They got a free will opportunity like everybody else. Of course, it's still their responsibility to man up and woman up their own reality. However, they still trusting a lot of these people to kind of lead them in the right direction to a degree. And they just send these people out to the wolves.
Yeah.
Buy the dip. No, the bottom is in at 420. Y'all crazy if y'all don't buy this dip. Other than the market take another dive lower. Well, it's because of this.
Trying to do it.
Say again, over.
Said Jim Cramer still trying to beat the band, beat the drums with it, talking about this has to be peak inflation. I'm like, look at
he the biggest clown in Wall. Look, You know, he even got little things for him. He the biggest clown in Wall Street, the biggest clown.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
he is the biggest clown. Like this guy right here. This guy right here. Like no West Coast voice. This right here. This is right here.
Yeah.
this guy right here.
Yeah.
Say the economy is great again. I dare you, Jim Cramer. Tell me the economy is great. I dare you, Jim Cramer. Tell me it's great. Today we have the strongest economy perhaps I've ever seen.
Well, watch, he gonna keep playing. If you want to, somebody gonna meet him at his house.
Eventually, you boy, woo.
Civil unrest, because
it's pull up summer.
Right. Whoever following his advice, they taking major L's. Major L's.
We like Coinbase at 475. Woo!
That's crazy.
Boy, it wasn't even at 475 at the time. Like, oh, we going to 475. We like Coinbase to go to 475. At that time, it was like I think it was like 300 and something like that. Or we like Coinbase to go to 475. Yikes! And Kathy Wood right there, chilly, went with a little pump on. Yeah, we like Coinbase too. Oof, both of them need to get the worst investor of the year award. Both of them.
Yeah.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Like, tell me the economy is great again, Jim. Go on and say it, Jim.
Yeah.
It's tragic out here, man. You know, so I just don't know how to, you know, again, how, Sway? How, bro? How you talking about buying the market up here at the, but again, you gotta let people go through this, like I said earlier. Unfortunately, some people are gonna have to go ahead and take these L's. They're gonna have to lose money, bro. Ain't no other way we can put this. They don't want to be responsible for their ability to read the books as they supposed to. And so what's left? Right? What's left?
So over right quick, are you talking about the retail investors and not so much the hedge funds?
Because that's who got what? They money ain't longer the hedge fund. Now we know we got a couple of hedge funds that blew up their spot, right? Melvin, like Plotkin, right? Over there at you know, the Melvin Capital, right? He got his spot blown up. Right? They took one down at the expense of what? A whole lot of retail going down though. Right? One big hedge fund, but imagine how many retail went down. Again, look at the monthly chart here says it everything, right? We are literally back at the start of 2021. And y'all know, whether I know, we ain't crazy. How many people are buying? They were just buying hand over fist in 2021. They bought all this right up, bought all this up. They just kept buying, they kept adding, and guess what? They wrote it all the way back down.
Huh?
Definition for what? Pumping what?
Pump and dump.
A pump and dump. The SPY though, bro. But it's the SPY though, bro. And
yeah, what like that's supposed to mean something.
Right, but it's Tesla, bro. You going crazy, bro? You crazy with that, bro? Look, I gotta buy this dip.
I gotta use future hook on this one. You know, if the market catch me cheating, I'd never tell them sorry.
Man.
Wow.
Bruh, you already know what it is.
Yeah. Hey, you got to take that L, man. You got to take the L. Because, hey, I mean, it's so clear as day that the market sentiment is not the same as, you know, the money printer running 24/7. It's not the same sentiment, man. And I don't understand why people keep buying. It's crazy. It makes no sense.
They're convinced. They see this is that cognitive dissonance I spoke about. Now look at Tesla. Tesla rebounded from 670. Not only did it go back to yesterday's high at 699, it stood up here at 721.
That's crazy.
Materially, what has changed at Tesla?
Nothing.
They got the German factory shut down. The one in Shanghai shut down because they got to what? It's hemorrhaging money. They got to what? Recalibrate certain things even for the cars, and they had to shut down for during the COVID lockdown. And he got to what? He can catch this L from what? This Twitter thing, right? One with the other, he gonna catch that L, right?
Yeah, he gonna catch that L. Yeah.
And the currencies. I mean, y'all see this here. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like, I got Tesla in my long-term portfolio too. Good thing I sold a lot of it though. Doing what? When we got up above $1,100, I sure did, and I sold a little bit more around 9. I sure did because I was comfortable in saying, look, I wrote this thing up from like 250. My average at that time before I sold that last tranche was around about 370 something for my Tesla average. Like, I had to sell some. Like, why am I in this if I don't want to take that kind of level of profit? Right? And this was, again, like, dude, we knew at that time what was getting ready to come down the pipeline. Not just for everybody, but for Tesla too. With inflation kicking in, right? The cost of goods and services, right? You know, Tesla's still trying to get its what? Its component, not necessarily component, but it's raw material value, which they've done pretty well most than a lot of other car dealers by giving that much credit. But the price of lithium and aluminum, all the things that, you know, that goes on the die cast for the for the cars for Tesla, that stuff is all what? In a disarray right now because of China and inflation. So yeah, they making eat some of those costs, but it's gonna catch up at some point. Because now when the honeymoon wears off with Tesla, even though they're still the best in breed on the EV side, they're still going to have to be able to compete with like some of these legacy players. And at some point when that market gets saturated with a lot of EV cars, yeah, okay, you may not get the benefit of the doubt any longer. So yeah, you may have a kept with saying, okay, yeah, we're gonna go. We're still going to, you know, $2,500 to $5,000 a share. All this stuff. Look, okay, all right, right. That moment came, it went. Right, we got the euphoric rise before the pre-split. They get the announce the split. The stock went all at 2,500 plus. Look, I get it, right?
They're talking about splitting again too.
Right, because everybody's split now because they know they're in trouble. They can afford to have prices sitting at $700, $800, $900, $2,000, $3,000 a share in an inflationary environment where people don't even want to buy, you know, a bar of soap to wash their behind because they're afraid.
Exactly.
You know, think about this.
That's the reason why Google did it, because they knew they about to get punished.
Shopify tried it. It still got punished. The stock went lower than the stock price that they planned for. Couldn't make this stuff up. God, dog, bro. You tried to beat the system, and it didn't work.
Hammer still got brought down on them.
See, this is that lunacy, right? Well, people who refuse to accept the reality. And I'm like, bro, let it happen. Let the reset happen. You can get this stuff cheaper. Stop trying to fight the Fed. The same thing they're arguing with in terms of when we were making a lot of good, big, massive gains in 2020. When people like, stop fighting the Fed. Stop fighting the Fed. Let it happen, right? Let the market go up, right? It's going to go up because they print a lot of this money. They stimulate. Stop trying to fight the Fed. Stop trying to short the market, right? Now that the Feds reverse their stance, you rarely hear them saying, don't fight the Fed. Notice that? CNBC, Bloomberg, all those publications were like, don't fight the Fed. They're afraid to tell retail not to fight the Fed. Now, why? Because they prey on retail's ignorance. Retail dumb money has to be the cash cow for these charlatans that sit up at these places and tell people to buy this market. There's no other way to look at it. Like, somebody got to be the fool.
And that's what I was trying to get at. I was like, when I asked you most of the retail money, retail needs to understand this that, this is just you in the game. You can't depend on Jim Crane to help you out with it. You got to do your own diligence. Like you said, if you caught that run up in the spot and you ain't take profits, I mean, somewhat you deserve to take that L, or you deserve to take that lesson. But just to sit there and let that thing just run down to the downside without taking, any type of profits at all, it's just like you said before, a little stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes no sense. And they're comfortable. They're comfortable. Continuously thinking that they save. Here's what gets crazy, guys. They actually think they save in America.
No.
Bro, no. They save in America by buying American bags.
Do my part to save America and eat my apple pie, buy the spy.
Yeah, that's wild.
But I'm doing my patriotic duty. Okay, about that. All your hard work is going overseas in Ukraine right now, buddy. Your money going to Ukraine. You working hard, it's going to Ukraine, bro. So where?
They don't even know this stuff. People who are just delusional when it comes to economics and finances, don't even know any of that. They may hear it on the news, but they don't really understand where that money coming from. You know, they think it's just coming out of thin air like the print press. No, they coming out of them taxes you pay. That's your money.
Facts.
That's
And
crazy.
the IRS want theirs every year.
Every year.
They're going to hold your feet to the fire while they still take other. Like, this is the, bro. Y'all see? That's why these conversations are important.
All right, so since we give money to Ukraine, can we claim that on our taxes next year?
I'm just asking for a friend. I'm just asking for a friend, bro.
Since I'm lending money, can I get interest on my payback?
Right.
Since I'm lending money.
A small percent, a third, maybe even a third, something.
If they ask you, oh, did you have a newborn or a new child in the household? Like, yeah, Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
I'm going to do that on my taxes for next year, too.
Well, I'm putting on there, and then let that money on clear. I'm going to show up at the IRS just like that right here.
Yeah.
Let that money on clear. I'm going to be right up at the IRS door, knocking on the door like, look at, okay, y'all want to play like that? Y'all going to give me a nice little COVID look, comfortable jail cell. I'm going to ride this thing out. Let me do my thing. Right? Bro. You know, this is what they got. I mean, it's rough out there, guys. It's rough.
Dealing with retail traders, what was it, yesterday evening, because, you know, Delta Airlines had earnings. And, you know, just to see, oh, man, I'm buying calls, man. I'm like, bro, what are y'all
Stock ran up 6% before earnings print alone. It was up 6% on the day.
I'm just saying, some stuff is just common sense.
And very obvious, too, over to be exact.
Yeah, very obvious. That's why I bought puts. I was like, man, yeah, I'm buying puts. This ain't a question. It ain't a question. We buying puts. I'm like, you cannot ignore the stuff that you see. As much as, well, they ignored it, but, you know, I was like, this is common sense to buy puts, man.
And that's textbook right there. That's just straight textbook.
Just on the obvious. Just on the obvious alone.
Light skin cancer, bro. What that mean that the demand is up? You hit it.
Oh, no.
Tragic. Man. I heard all the talking points.
You make this up, man. You can't make it up.
This is good for airline, but look, they got to cancel all these flights. That means people trying to book them. They don't necessarily. Oh my goodness, they don't understand metrics at all. Right? They don't understand. See, they think everything hinges on one moment. Like, is their forward guidance does not bode well for the aspect of growth for a company. Like, if you shoot your shot in one moment, and it's just that one moment that you're hanging your opportunity on, then yeah, that makes sense. But this ain't that kind of party. This is a company that got to face shareholders of what? 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now. And the level of idiocy that comes with a lot of these people, and I hate to use that word because I understand people got to crawl for they walk. They in a growth state for a lot of them, and they just following everybody, right? Blind leading the blind. I get it. Everybody go through those moments. And then, but some are who've been around long enough, they know better, and they'll sit there and convince these other people, well, no, I'll go on the limb, bro. I think it's gonna be that little moment. And it's like, are you kidding me? They're like, okay, well, show me from a fundamental perspective how you gonna make the case. Like, look at this before earnings here. Y'all see it right here? This is before earnings. This is the day before earnings.
Yep.
Now look outside. This is on hourly chart. Now it was crazy. Going back even 13 or even back in a little bit of June. Look at this here. Like all this here chopping all over the place, and then all of a sudden, look, what happened here? All I keep hearing was what? People got what? Getting tickets turned around. People getting caught layoffs too, but them having shortage of pilots. They got problems all up and down the chain. All of a sudden, then this is what?
And you take the stock dip yesterday.
Gas prices. I mean jet fuel. I'm like, man, this stuff is obvious, man. Like how don't you understand this? Something simple like this.
But you
You
know
know,
what it
just to
is.
make
It's CG. It's straight CG. That's that new disease moving through the stock market right now. You know what that CG disease is?
What's that?
Let me say it the right way. Excuse me. It's really CD, right? But it's that new CD disease, cognitive dissonance.
yeah.
That's essentially what it is. They got that new CD disease. They ain't gonna let you live it. But look, they're gonna go down in flames before they accept the reality. When your emotions are clouding your judgment, you need to get off the battlefield. Finances, education, relationship, I don't care what. You need to remove yourself from the equation once your emotions get compromised. Because nothing at that point is going to bode well for you. You're only going to compound the problem. These people who have a hard time doing that, from the administration all the way down to the layman, this country has bred a really false sense of security for a lot of people. And that's what's tragic about this. That's what's tragic. That's the tragic part. And no matter what you say, again, no matter how you try to present this opportunity in a way where, like, guys, be comfortable, right? Be patient, right? Realize what you're up against. Don't overextend yourself as necessary. That stuff goes out the window. Like, nobody got time for that, bro. I'm risk on, bro. I got this, bro. I'm straight, bro. And then they jump out the window, right? They're going right on out the window, and then it's lights out. Now, you can't. It's not. It's like you can't explain it any other way. Like, nobody wants to just, I don't know. Nobody want to get it. Right? But I understand that's not our job. Tell people what they can and cannot do. It's just, for what we do, we are educational, edutainment type of channel. We're just here for the fold, in a sense where we just want to add value wherever we can. Right? It's not personal towards any one particular personal scenario. It's just that, guys, you need to have a well-rounded consensus of ideology based upon data, primary, data points, to be exact, more than just your emotional value, where you think it's going to be something different, or it's going to do something different. That's not enough. Hopium is not a strategy.
Shit, that's what I do is just weigh pros and cons. If I got more cons than pros, and I work on the technicals.
We understand how put everything on the table, and then you weigh that opportunity.
Right.
Like, Joker jumping out the bus with one little piece of information. I'm good. That's all they jump out the bus, but they play. Soon as they get a little piece of data, they think they got something. But they show up breaking on the Joker. Like, boy, look, I got these, boy, I'm straight there. I got these moves, but I'm finna get them. And they jump right out. They jump right on out there and just get
but
him.
But it's bad.
Right? Right? They jump right on out there and get hemmed up. They round first base, hit second base, it's wrap. They start pocket watching. And then the market maker put that rug underneath their feet. This is like, man. But at some point, you would say to yourself, okay, yeah, hard hit, make us off behind. At some point, it's going to have to really matter, right? It's going to have to really matter. Then again, maybe it won't.
Yeah.
Like Wall Street, it's desperate.
On this trade.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, if I would have took an L on this trade, I would just took an L, because the thesis that I had is all the aforementioned what you just stated a while ago. I'm like, if I lose on that, hey, I just have to take an L, because that's the reality of this company, and the sentiment of this sector, the airline sector, cancellations, high jet fuel prices, inflation, and all this other stuff. Why would I think You know,
Pilot
just to
shortage,
be,
stewardess shortage,
pilot
it
shortage,
just
all
up
that.
and down the problem. I mean, it's like, ugh.
Why would I bet on that company to, produce good results and, gain a share price, with all this information that I have that's working against it? There's
Sad
no
part
way.
of those things didn't come out of the woodwork overnight. Like those things been there, right?
Right.
That's what's crazy about it. That stuff was happening literally months ago.
Right.
And some of the other, holiday moment with people trying to get away and they hit all them cancellations, and turned out it was more. It wasn't what they thought it was. Like they tried to make excuse for that. This was going on months ago, and I'm like, okay. And now you come up on the most busiest travel season, literally on the planet for everybody globally, and everybody, somewhat in a big, pressure cooker scenario that want to travel, to been locked down from COVID. Everybody trying to get into these very underscaled airline industries at that point. They go to the place to see their loved one, and then all that stuff just went to shambles. All of it just went to shambles. A great moment to expose exactly what was already obvious.
Right.
And so people want to bet on these certain aspects of these assets, and I'm like, okay, yeah, okay. Well, you got to make sure that you're going to be comfortable weathering this storm, because this stuff is, and that's before you even add all the other data points, and inflations and all the other stuff, commodities. It's just like, okay, yeah. You want to be early, I get it. You want to be a part of the so-called great comeback story, I get it. But you're not going to force the market to do what it's not going to be able to handle at this point. And when moments where the market throw a layup for certain companies that don't deserve it, and they ramp when they probably shouldn't have, those are one-off events. They always seem to kind of fix that at some point. So again, we're just watching and witnessing this level of history where, look, it's only going to get more interesting coming down the back nine of this year, right? I'm just we got the primaries coming up. We've been talking about that. We've been kind of laying out some ideas of what they may look like. Not just for the market, just for policy values, and it's a lot of things that come into mind. And the market's kind of caught up in the middle, right? Because it's the biggest I don't know, for hire, if you will, it's the biggest for hire, entity on the planet. If y'all get my drift, right? It just want to be fed, It just want to be, held and caressed and utilized, right? It don't care, right? Forgive my little alert thing going off in the back here. But again, we know, to the extent of what's going on at this point, on what we should be doing. And I'm saying that, collectively, again, I know everybody has a different thesis here and there, but for the most part, I don't think we're just overly cavalier as a lot of people may be at this point. And it has served us quite well thus far. It has served us quite well thus far. And some people say, well, yeah, you just probably being this way because, you think it's going to be this, or you just being pessimistic because maybe you didn't get a chance to buy it cheaper or something. Like, no, that's not the case. I'm like the first person to tell people we were hitting theses out of the park, not only before COVID happened, but even more so when COVID hit. But I'm also not a fool when it comes to understanding value. And that therein lies, a lot of people who are jumping out the window. They haven't been able to reconcile what value means to them. Right. They think it's just that easy, right? I just buy the dip and it should just rip. And then when it don't rip, well, it's the market fault. It's Putin's fault. Right? It's somebody's fault except them. Right? So I'm like, okay, well, can't win for losing, right? Look, I don't know what to tell you.
Putin.
Right, just don't know what to tell you. So a lot of them just gonna have to pay a lot of tuition. Right, they're gonna be paying tuition for a good little minute here. They've already given back all the gains from 2021, and now they're just somewhere, again, on the immense cognitive dissonance, and you can't tell them nothing. So the reality is that it is what it is.
And I don't understand that though, because if you really did your research, if you really studied, charting, this whole stock thing, you can always go back to previous experiences or events and see how it turned out. It's not like it's a one-off event like what we're going through right now. No, this happened before.
Right.
The numbers might be skewed or different, but yeah, it's still the same. My fault, Chris.
No, you good. I'm just gonna say I know that sometimes sentiment and even charting is clear. It's the most obvious signs. It's all the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Trying to find out where a company, what their numbers are, and what their guidance is going to look like going into the next quarter or the next year. Those are the most difficult things to pinpoint. But some stuff is just obvious. I think sentiment and charting is sometimes obvious for you to look at and try and make a decision. And then on the other half, you worry about revenue and guidance and all of that stuff, EPS. So I don't understand how they could just overlook it running the way it did and think it was just gonna pop up some more because of whatever. Like I don't know how they came to that conclusion. You will buy calls for this. Like what did you see?
I'm not even hedged against the gains that they just made, right? Like.
Right,
I don't even
right.
Just gonna go higher, right? Forget that, bro. We're gonna go, capture this 200-day moving average here at $32, whatever. Okay. Right? Like, okay, about that, bro. About that.
Like,
right?
They must be giving Delta must be giving discounts on travels or something like that.
It must be $50 for people who ain't even flew a day in their life. Something.
Gotta be a reason why you thinking that this gonna go up some more, like $35. I think I've seen people were saying. I'm like, what they doing? Giving out.
The option market was showing that. I went to the option market, man. Look, that stuff was. It was all over the place.
Wow.
Right? It was all over the place.
Yeah.
Let me get over there. Let me go over here real quick while y'all talking. Pull up, and this is what it looks like, after the fact. Still, whatever. But I mean, they were comfortable. They were trying to load the boat. They were trying. I mean, these are calls here alone, right? Because y'all know these calls coming in now as well. But the open interest are really going to show you what people were doing yesterday. Right? They were loading. Right? That 32 we were just talking about there, they were loading up there. 12,000 of them came in. 3,000, and then dang near 4,000 for the 32 fives. The 33 sitting at 7. The 34s, 33 fives, or in this case, sitting at 6. The 34 sitting at 2. Right, all the way up to 35. Right, there you go. That 35. How many? 9,000.
That's wild.
That was from yesterday. 9,000 was sitting at 35,000. Excuse me, $35 strike price.
Right.
And then look at the 38s. I ain't done yet. Look at the 38s. 25,000 sitting on the open interest.
That's crazy.
For Delta. 18,000 sitting at the 41s. Like,
that's why they call them lottos, man.
Here it is, right? Look at the call volume. That's today. Scratch that. Look at yesterday. That's yesterday's. That's almost what? Almost at a half.
Somebody at one of these media companies said something about Delta. There ain't no way he should be that high.
Somebody was ready to jump out the window. And what they did, when they put their money where their mouth was, because them open interest, that money get tagged, right? It's locked loaded in, it is what it is.
Right.
And that all that was, I can guarantee it was spurred on the back of that pump yesterday. Just lured them in. And also they were Boeing caught a little bit because they were able to deliver more planes than they had in mind. First time they had delivered more than 50 planes in dang near 30 years after all the mess they've been going through. So Delta also rallied behind Boeing. Like couldn't make this dumb stuff up. So there's trapped all kind of people. Trapped all kind of traders. And again, it is what it is. Of course, we ain't sitting there harping on people. If you took the opposite side of that trade, I get it. You know, you're trying to find value. You're thinking there may be a store there. There may be some signs or symbols that, you know, it ain't that bad with the level of demand, but demand alone isn't enough, right? It's not enough, right? When you're coming from a place, again, we're talking about this base effect when people trying to get back to some form of normalcy. That company already lost, you know, billions of dollars. Right? Yeah, it looks good when people are trying to get back to a place of normalcy, but it does not make the company's books automatically, you know, great again, just because a few people start booking flights. And they can't even fulfill half of them flights because they're short of what? Resources. Human and, you know, raw materials. They ain't near. Right? But hey, whatever, right? I did the same thing with Fastenal. I took Fastenal in the earnings. Right, that's the one I hit. Same reality.
Yeah, I think you posted about it.
Yeah, they the biggest, you know. Again, you know, we come out when it comes to all the parts and rivets and small stuff like that. Like they are like almost in their best in breed when it comes to that. But this scenario, you know, where they were priced to perfection, like anything, it had its moment, and now it has to go through its what, you know, its reconciliation value with being able to kind of, you know, reevaluate the margin value up against the supply chain issues, up against inflation, up against the currency exchange issues that is a big problem, especially with the parity issue happening with the euro and the dollar. And all this stuff just is recipes for, you know, not success on average, right? You just couldn't make this stuff up. You know, it dumped today. Same way, you know, a lot of people are trying to, you know, make the case that, you know, of course, it rallied the last two times off of somewhat, you know, ambiguous data. The third time was going to be a charm. Well, they figured that. I was like, okay. There's a lot of things that I see here that is just not computing to this is, you know, a magical moment to be having that level of risk on in such a store that, you know, a business model that has this kind of level of what? Exposure to raw materials, products, you know, needing the value of those things to be what? Balanced well in terms of currency rates and supply chain issues. It just, no. But anyway, we get it. You know, people will, and then they still had a PE around about 30. In this environment, in a quantitative easing environment, rate hikes environment, they had a PE sitting at around 30 something. Like Algo was just waiting on you. Like, bro, I see you with that 30 PE. Come on over here. I see over there shining. All right, I'm finna come get all that. That big what them Algo said. Let me get all that. You want to still be sitting up here with a swole PE, right? And we taking comes like Apple down, and Facebook got a PE, like Facebook got a PE around by what, 8 or 10. Couldn't make this stuff up, and they gonna let them come like Fastenal get away with a 30 PE. Now, it's you know, amongst many other things we talking about here, of course. But anyway, it's just a marketplace that everybody kind of going through, spinning their wheels. What's going on, over Sonny? See you in the building, man. Peace, power, and profit to you, man. How's your day going? See you Pot in the building. You must be getting it in. You might be on the grind. You're on the grind. Yeah. So, but this is what we're dealing with. So, you know, for us, you know, it's just, again, we're just trying to stay prudent. You know, we're trying to stay grounded. We're trying to stay humble and hungry, and not get ahead of ourselves. Right? Again, does not mean we don't take L's, but I surely can tell you a lot of this information that we are trying to scratch and piece together, we're doing it with the utmost care and concern. We're not just jumping out the window. If we're going to take an L, our L is going to be organic. They're not going to be inorganic or manipulated and whimsicals and lottos just out the gate all the time. No, we're not making those kind of trades. All right, it's just not going to happen. All right, this marketplace is really nutty. It's going to punish those. Even if you're right, it'll try to find a way to punish you because it in itself is broken. So the trader energy right now has to be very precise. Long-term investor, yeah, you can say, well, I got a little extra cash, I can nibble in, but to what extent? if you convince yourself that you can get it cheaper and you say, I just got to spend this money because I got it. And worst case scenario is that, well, I'm a long-term holder investor. I'll just have to sit through what? Buying prematurely and it'll still be all good. I can still make the case that I'm a long-term holder. And by way of that backs me up. If a person says, well, why did I buy so prematurely? Well, I'm still a long-term investor, right? That's the fallback excuse for emotional buying because somebody lured you in. See how that works? They get people like that all the time. Cathy Woods is the biggest post child for that. Well, this is why I was buying Telelock at this price and Roku at this price and Coinbase at this price and all the Unity at this price. I have a 5-year thesis, but you still a fool because you could have got them a lot cheaper. You could have saved all those people money and bought those things a heck of a lot cheaper because you know the market was headed lower. You know this. Well, see, I thought, but given the fact that it's the Fed's fault that they're literally trying to price us into this recession, I just thought maybe they would realize the error of their ways and they would reverse course and send the market back because they're causing the recession.
Oh, well, we all know.
Out of here, you leatherface looking. If you don't get out of here with that goofiness.
We all know it's business at the end of the day. That's what Jay-Z said.
Yeah, it's just like, man, like these people, man. Everybody was a genius when the Feds were stimulating money.
Right.
Now that the Fed ain't stimulating, all of them look like charlatans. Know how to see how that work?
Yeah.
Dumb as hell.
See how that work? All of them. I mean, I can name some names right now, boy. If I woo. If we really want to, boy, we could throw some jokes on the bus.
Yes, sir.
Up and down the food chain, from YouTube up to CNBC and many others. They were just chilly. Yep. Hey, I could throw this one out there. Even Peter Schiff got ran over. They got Peter finally.
Yep, he got
Peter.
Yep.
Biggest poll reveal when it came to Bitcoin. Turned out the Euro Pacific Capital Bank got what? Hit across the head. Now he willing even to take Bitcoin for that same fun. God, no. Boy, you couldn't make this stuff up. He was the biggest anti-crypto person literally out there. Talking mad trash about Bitcoin. Now that it's fun about to get dissolved for bad fiduciary responsibility, he gonna blame it on somebody else, right? Say his tax and all that. Look, he said he's willing to take Bitcoin if he can sell it fast enough. Look at that. I was like, boy, I'm waiting for somebody to make a video on it. I've been waiting. I thought about doing it. I said, man, I might do it, but I was like, no, I'm waiting. I'm letting somebody else do it. Because somebody gonna do it. I know he is. Because he like, boy, he church mouth quiet. And I'm thinking, like, if anybody gonna do it, it's gonna be Anthony Pompliano, because he the biggest vocal Bitcoin bull out there, right? Well, at least on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, this any moment I'm waiting to see a video pop on my feed. Oh, Peter Schiff reverses a course on Bitcoin or something like that. And I'm like, bruh, like nobody's spared. Is my point. Nobody is spared. Everybody can get it right now. Right, the market is dishing out none but the Miss Millie pies. Right? Everybody getting Miss Millie pie. You get a pie, she get a pie, you get a pie. And they getting Miss Millie pies right now, boy. And I mean, Kramer, y'all know all of them. Tom Lee, everybody getting them. Yelling, I mean, you name it. Like Joe Biden is just like, bro, he got a year supply worth. His whole family got a year supply with them Miss Millie pie. His wife just got hit the other day. Like, I'm like starting to believe, man, this man ignorance is hereditary, bro. It gotta be. His wife with a so-called PhD jumped out the window and said one of the most goofy incendiary things a person could make. That supposed to have a doctorate.
She's been around her husband too long.
That's exactly what it is. You already know I'm going with this. The son, throw him all the way away. Right? Throw him all the way away. Right? Like, just throw him completely in the trash can.
Wrap up in that glad bag.
I'm talking about, look, bruh, This is the stuff that's sitting in at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right now. This is the level of lunacy that this country has now been birthed into. Trump ain't getting spared to. He was just a straight goofball at the highest level too. All of them. Like, this is what this country been reduced to. Like, we're making decisions on who the biggest clown, who's less of a clown to run the country. I'll put it that way. Who's lesser of a clown, an idiot, a fraudster, a crook, right? A liar, a charlatan. Who's lesser? That's what this country been reduced to.
In the past, let's say 6 years, who you think would be like the less at the bottom?
Oh man, I'm scared to even throw something out there, bro. I may not get some sleep at night because I'd be nightmare. I ain't playing all night, boy. Boy, you talking about like this is the again, and man, we already know the primary is pretty much almost but what a landslide for the Republicans. Let's keep it 100. I know we don't do politics, but we do politics because politics shape markets. And I hate when people tell me not to talk about politics when we know that politics shape the market. Matter of fact, politics don't only shape the market. Politics, look, it pretty much fused the stock market. At this point, if you ain't convinced that these politicians are not making policies to benefit themselves by way of their investments, you've been living underneath the rock. If the Federal Reserve, the highest so-called economic, advisor to our livelihood, can do insider trading, no one goes to prison. No one gets reprimanded before the American people. What does that tell you? Not just one, but 3 or 4 of them got caught. No one goes to prison. No one gets fired. No one gets drugged before the American people. Notice that? And you supposed to be the one trying to take the high road all the time. Live by the law and do all this. Man, look. And they sending all your tax dollars right now overseas to where? Ukraine. They sending all your oil that's in the SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserves, to Asia right now. They're sending our barrels of oil to Asia. While you still paying $4.70-80 at the pump. $4.50, $4.60, near $5 plus. Some of y'all paying $7-8 at the pump. They sending your gas overseas and they sending your tax dollars overseas. I'm just asking for a friend. Where is this normal? How is that normal?
That's the stupidest.
I'm asking for a friend. Somebody help me out here because I don't look. I was taught to use my brain to lose it. I don't know if I'm losing it right now or what. I don't know what's going on. Because I'm like this got to be a joke. This got to be some kind of form of a stress test to see exactly, if, something. Right. And again, it's just, bro, I don't know. I know who is winning right now. This guy sitting over on the right-hand side right there, he winning. And that's not me taking up for him, but he winning. This guy on the right, he winning right now. The guy on the left definitely losing. Definitely losing. That's why he's the most animated. Like, this is like, man, all I'm saying is good luck. Good luck. What's going on over Sunline in the building? Shout out to Miss Angie Monroe in the building as well. Shout out to the family coming through. Brother Al in the building. Shout out to you as well, man. Peace, power, and pride. We got the family coming through, man. Happy to see y'all in the house today. Right? The link is out there if y'all want to come on the panel too, just in case. I got a little bit more extra time here. Happy to have the family coming through today. Right? But again, these conversations are necessary, man, because again, a lot of people are going to go out there with the mindset that, because you already know the target points at this point. Okay, yeah, we got the bad read. We was expecting it. The White House already came out and forewarned us. Okay, now the peak of it has to be in now. As if we back off even a whole percentage next month, as if that's still good inflation. As if inflation's at 8.1, 8.2 or 8.1 is still, not bad inflation. This is their mindset. They're praying for a print to come in lower so they can say, I told you so. They want you to accept 8.2 inflation, 7.9 inflation, 7.5 inflation, as opposed to inflation sitting at around about 3 or 4 or 2 as a win. This is their mindset. And as soon as they come around throwing that narrative out, we do like, yeah, okay, about that. Get out of here with that foolishness, bro. We ain't even buying that. Get out of here with them lies, right? Get on out of here. So yeah, I'd rather be late to buying this dip than being early. I repeat, I'd rather be late buying a dip in the market than to be early. If I'm being taught and trained to understand the value of what they call back testing, support, not just technically, but also fundamentally, if those things are supposed to be, you know, the factors, right? The layers that make up my ability to be disciplined properly, that so be it. So be it. I'd rather be late than try to be early and catch this so-called proverbial bottom. Because from where I sit, all I see is a lot of what? Grown behind it, what they call grown children making very bad decisions economically that's affecting a lot of people. Up and down the what? The work food chain. And it's so bad that it's not even, you know, look, it's like, it's so obvious now that it's like, okay, well, what else y'all gonna, you know, what's the next lie? We're waiting for the next, you know, scenario. What's the next, you know, something coming. You instigated the war, facts. You held back information on COVID, fact. You overstimulated the economy and knew that you was doing it and still chose not to do what was right to really help the American people, fact. You taking their tax dollars now knowing that they're in the most biggest economic challenge that they've probably dealt with in a long time, and you're sending it overseas to another nation, fact. And they want y'all to still be what? Happy about this situation. In America. They want you to be happy. So again, this is why I dare to say, but I know it to be true. We need more people to get excited about being their own financial boss and bosses. You have to figure out a way to not be so dependent on this system. You have to find multiple streams of income, one way or the other. You cannot settle. You cannot settle. Because as soon as you get comfortable, they're going to pull the rug from underneath your feet, underneath your foot. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. You know, so, you know, for what it's worth, again, we're just trying to do our part. We don't want it to sound like we're the, you know, the doomsday clock, you know, technicians, right? We came in to fix the doomsday clock. That's not what we're here for. But we are, you know, at least we're comfortable in saying, you know what, okay, before you jump out that window, you might want to stop and think about it. That's the main modus operandi of this moment. Stop, think before you what? React and then regret it. I'd rather be late in buying the dip than being overly early. If I think this is what they call the so-called quote unquote, you know, the proverbial, you know, turn, if you will, in the marketplace. I'd rather be late. The market dumped what 1.7. I think at the low today it dumped down as low, maybe what 1.7%. Where it rallied back all that loss. Now here's where it get interesting. Now I could have easily bought that dip today. I closed my little swing puts. I bought SPY puts and I bought fast puts in today. I closed some puts. I could have easily turned around and tried to buy the swing calls too. I didn't want to deal with that headache. Now, some would say, but yeah, that was just a given. Like, make that make sense. How is it a given? That's desperation. These little desperation pops, you know, retraces back to the upside. That's just desperation. We've seen this before. It's the saying go, it's a dime holding up a dollar. It's a dime holding up $1 worth of movement that's supposed to be coming down the pipeline. Whether it coming out, that still is up for the debate. But I'm not willing to play, pop shop with, desperate people, desperate, sentiment in the marketplace. I'm not going to be forcibly greedy when I don't have to be. I get my bag, I'll move on. I sit and wait to see if there's anything, worthy, that may come on the back end of anything, but I'm not going to play the inside of this market, not intraday. That was just my opinion while speaking today, because I know what this is about.
Patience.
It's a game of patience, chess. That's algos and desperate Wall Street people who took major L's betting that the market was going to rip today. They had calls at 400, 390 call buys, 410 call buys. I'm sitting there looking at, Black Box yesterday, even the dark pools, but even a lot of stuff that was coming in, ahead of the data. I'm like, who do people buying all these dated calls and buying this craziness? Okay, yeah, this is going to be a party tomorrow. This is going to be something crazy. Right? And I'm like, this is that idea that they want to be right so bad that now that they're suffering from real, true cognitive dissonance, they feel like bad news is good news for the market. They back to that kind of old thesis. Y'all remember, we've heard that talking point so many times. Like, bad news is good news, right? Straight goofiness. Look at all this money that got trapped today. Right? Now, this is intraday. Now, the puts were obviously what? This is what's coming in after the fact. This is all today as of right now. These are people who trying to what? Trade against the idea that this is a fugazi pump. Equally, people bought the calls. Either they did catch a dip, that's good. They got good bank. If they buying late, good luck, right? if they buy at around this hour here, good luck. Open interest, obviously, it was pretty much close, coming into today. But this is only speaking for what? This particular expiration. The stuff that I was seeing was what? For Friday, next month. They loading the boat for those because they don't want to deal with that 0 days expiration stuff, right? This is most retail, right? This day right here belongs to retail traders. There's some long-term people in here too, granted. But most of this today belongs to retail traders, algos, and Wall Street that's utilized the moment to what? To try to what? Pump the market off the lows, right? Because again, they don't want to fall from the lows when they can fall from a little bit higher place or higher perch point going into what? PPI data tomorrow. Going into retail sales as well. And then you got, FOMC coming. Then you got GDP coming. See, it's mental more so than it is all, just completely technical. So this is the marketplace that we talked about before. This is a marketplace of what? ABCs. Always be what? Always be closing. Always be closing. Because this is the game that you're going to have to deal with when these people are making these massive bets. Look at it. This is for Friday. 1.3 million. 2.2 on the put side. It's more on for Friday than it was for Wednesday on the actual day, meaning today. Go figure. Go figure. See, it's just a big tug of war. But look at the people that were buying the 420. See right here? This is what I'm talking about right here. This is that goofiness. 28,000 contracts on the open interest for the 420 strike price. They thought the market was going to rocket today. Up above 400. Look how many people bought the 425s. Even though they want what they want, definitely want 6.9, right? But okay, we'll be a little bit more what, precise. Look at the 415s, 17,000 contracts. The 410s, 30,000 contracts. All of them right now completely worthless though. They obviously worthless now. The 405s, 26,000. Look at the 400s. 63,000 contracts were bought for the 400 strike price for today. These are open interest that came from yesterday into today and previously. 63,000. Oh, we're going to rally, bro. We're going back to 400. Good news is bad. Look at the 390s. L's. Number L's. And that was for Friday. Not even the ones for, that was expired today. So I'm looking at all this stuff like the other day, like, okay, this is going to be fun, right? This is going to be interesting, right? They just really, I don't know. They want to win so bad. Ain't nothing wrong, if you got your game plan together and you fall in the herd, though, that could be detrimental to your P&L, to your pockets. Because it just, you can't make the kind of confidence play without hedging or such a scenario. It means you was 100% centric towards your call buying and not hedge, not one put. That's problematic for such a binary event like CPI, when you know it's going to come in high because the White House came out the last three CPI readings and kind of gave a forewarning ahead of the print to the American people and the stock market. Look, they did it for stock market. Let's be 100. Saying that numbers going to come in bad. The White House, they are all but cheating now. That's supposed to be data supposed to be kept under the BLSI and the BLSI only. And now the Main Street, the White House is coming out pretty much, dog whistling to Wall Street. Hey, get ready, guys. Because it has no benefit to the American people that's on the Main Street side. None. Besides what they already feeling at the grocery store, the pumps, everything else. Like they know they getting hit across the head. It's like, brother, give me your best shot. What else you got? A 10% reading? Because we all know that it's really around about 18% right now. Let's keep it 100. True CPI is around about 18-19%. Stop playing. We know that to be true.
No, but they said it was 8%.
Or in their mind, it's really 6.
Right.
Right. Let them tell it's really 6, but they got to, look, we got to make it look like we ain't that much of, some frauds. Right. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. These people will go down in history. And look, that's why I've been telling people, you know what? It's so bad now that you know that this is the money heist, right? It's the greatest money heist ever that America's ever witnessed, right in plain sight. And no one is, some people out there trying to really, signal, bring, truth to power, but y'all know at this point, the fact that we don't have what they call unbiased journalism in this country any longer, it's almost, but you ain't gonna really get your message out the way you want to, unless you got a major following socially. So you stuck. That's why I said, so whoever you get your information from can lead you to what? To the well of what? Water, or the well of what? The well of fire. And for the most part, it's been a well of fire. You have some indiscriminate wins here and there, but ain't nothing to be, hanging your hat on. Like, no, these people are straight frauding you. They're telling you that you signed up to do everything that's happening to you right now. Like, you couldn't make this stuff up. So whatever, right? We'll let them play the games, right? What's going on, family? Peace, Smooth. I see you in the building. Shout out to you, man. Happy to have you in the house, right? Happy to have you guys in the house today, right? Right? Load up some of these comments here. So, for what it's worth, guys, you know what this is about. It's not even, again, a secret. They're not going to make it any less obvious than it could be at this point. If you're convinced it's not what it is, and you're saying, okay, well, you know what? Wait a minute, brother African, I might see something a little different. I think it's, you might just be kind of, maybe a little too much, overthinking it. Then I'm saying, okay, well, again, if you got a long-term game plan, write it out. Write it out. Short term, this stuff is too volatile to make such a call. It's weird because they'll say, well, the reason why they take out food and energy from the CPI and the core PCE that the Feds really use is because they say it's too volatile. Okay, since then, oil has backed off this 130, 125 perch and came down under 100. So the fact that that's starting to happen, automatically they say what? Oh, inflation is peaked. Yeah. Notice that it pulled back the first time, and then it went right back up to 120. It has pulled back again which at this latest, week and a half, whatever, and this is not even for the value that naturally will cause oil price to come down. This is because there's a lack of demand. They can't get it to where they need to go. So by way of that, people are going to cancel their orders, right? They're already banking that it's going to be a slow process. It's going to hold up their They're like Wall Street knows this. The White House knows this. Main Street, they lost in the wind somewhere. To them, they just say, okay, it's coming down. And that's good if it's going to help you at the gas pump. But don't bank on it, just going away. You don't think people who favor oil don't want to buy this dip in the oil market? Do you really think that they feel like, okay, this thing is really what? Coming down for all the right reasons? Or is it coming down for somewhat the wrong reasons? And it just seems as if we're winning when in actuality, we're really not winning. We're just getting what they call a stay of execution. Right? They're waiting, they're waiting to serve you some of that, that Miss Millie pie. It's coming, right? But you get a little moment to kind of wait a little bit. Right. So the energy here is, again, patience and prudence. Right? Patience and prudence. That's the recipe. Because outside of that, you can't forcibly make the market do what it needs to do. It's just not going to honor your moment. Rightfully so, at least with follow through. Because notice that's why we say, we are in the ABC kind of marketplace, always be closing. You can't really bank on swings, on average, unless you buy them at the end of the day or early in the day, and you have enough cushion where you can swing that thing. That's why I've been very strategic when I make my trades. I buy them literally right before the bell ring. Or even if I'm buying SPY, I get that 15-minute cushion up to 4:15. If I don't see nothing I like, I ain't buying. If I see something I like, I'll buy. Right? Certain other stocks that I know that's, regular retail, equity type stocks, like, of course, a lot of the data kind of adds up. I buy under the auspice that, okay, I put together everything I could at this point. The rest is up to the market. All right. So we're in this to try to be, again, as successful as possible, but with a level of care and detail orientation. And things that we cannot account for because it might just be a little bit over our pay grade. I mean, we just don't have that level of, inside knowledge quite yet. It's okay. But at least you understand your risk, right? So we put on risk management with the idea of, mitigating risk based upon that of the reward that we're seeking. At least we have a good understanding of what that may look like, given that we can get things to really work in the way that it should for us. We leave the chips on the table, let them fall as they may. Right? We let them fall as they may. That's just being responsible. Right? That's what this is all about. If you ask me, that's what I know I signed up for, right? When I signed up to be, be in this industry or be a part of this, that's what I signed up for. The same thing people that sign up for, to become business owners for whatever value of business that they want to, procure and curate, and obviously, be able to provide for the general public. It's the same thing. You got to go through those steps. That research methodology is important. The discipline that comes along with being responsible is important. And no matter where you're at in life, you still have time given that you're healthy and in your right mind to fix broken things or so-called wrong things. And things in my life I'm still fixing, right? And I'm enjoying being multifaceted and being able to utilize think tanks like this, keep myself grounded, and and saying, what, I'm gonna be disciplined above all things, and I'm gonna work my way through this stuff. That's what prudence is all about. All this kind of just throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what stick, being from one emotion to the next, being carefree, careless, all this stuff. That's stuff for the birds, right? You look at a lot of people. Like, there's some traders out there like in their teens and their 20s, and they can put together better thesis than people that's been at this, 5, 10, 15 years, and they sit in their 30s and 40s with more experience. Interest level, hunger level, humble value within that to get, to really put forth good effort to get the information right as possible, if you will. being that it's not an exact science. We don't understand that. But again, I'm just like, that stuff should be non-negotiable. In my mind, that's where I come. I feel like it should be non-negotiable. I'm not finna argue with taking the time out that I already feel like if I have time to do it, to put together at least some good opportunity, putting things in order, right? What, why, where, when, when it comes to these assets, what, why, where, and then when. Right? Because the market, again, is gainfully looking to take money out your pocketbook every day, right? And administration is setting us up every day, telling you that it's not this when it really is this. And then when you jump out there, guess what? Then like, well, see, then it becomes like, well, you kind of signed up, to bear your cross because we got to do all these things to help everybody else except you. Like, if this was Sri Lanka right now, what would happen? And I'm not putting it out there. I go, don't y'all come for me. But if this was Sri Lanka, I'm just saying, right?
The man's swimming pool, bro. That was hilarious.
Bro, backstroking right now. I'm talking about deep strokes right now, bro. Touch them deep strokes in that pool.
Oh, man. But no, facts. That's I mean, we've seen a little bit of it.
See? And with a test run on it.
Yep.
People with sin. You can't make this stuff up. It's not that, it is some aspects of fascists that are, kind of on that radical side. And the others like, bro, I'm doing everything that I was told to do, and you constantly just keep peeing on me and telling me it's lemonade. Who holds you accountable? That's what most people are asking inside their own households at night. Who gets to hold these people accountable? If they want to do it within their own peer ranks, because that's just two gangs, East Coast, West Coast, Republican, Democrat, same buzzard bird, two different wings of the buzzard. Let's keep it 100, right? Who holds them idiots accountable? But not for the American people. When they get sick and tired of being sick and tired, and when something pop off, then it's like, well, no, these people just this, that, and the third.
Like, if something does like that were to happen in America, it's gonna be epic.
Again, we already had a test drive.
Right.
And they holding hearings now to make sure it never happen again.
Psych.
Good luck. Because you're not gonna stop the will of people when they get sick and tired. And I hope it never happens. I hope it never comes to such a thing.
Right.
But this is nothing that historical values have never been, again, brandishing in the past. Civil scenarios, civil disputes, I keep it clean. Civil disputes have always happened since time immemorial. Always. What's happening over there across the pond right now? That's a civil dispute. Some people can't accept that. Them people of the same lineage, a lot of them of the same bloodline. It's a civil dispute. Well, a neighbor got into their business, made it bad blood, and now they fighting for somebody else's greed or indiscriminate, poking fun at. It's a civil dispute. A lot of people don't want to deal with that though. Why? Because to them, they can't accept that. They think that they got to be the one to say, no, you're wrong. Why? They mess is all ratchet and raggedy. Right? This is the problem with it. Anyway, I'm not gonna make it about that, right? We ain't come on it for that, but it's a part of what we have to be accountable for. Why? Because our monies are intertwined into these different assets that are affected by these different policies that can be very detrimental if they don't get out the way and let the market do what it's supposed to do. Right? We stuck in this Keynesian marketplace seems like forever at this point. Since these people figured out a way to kind of hustle American people, they can't wait to get into some kind of form of administration role where they can control the money. They figured it out. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, these people figured this stuff out. They figured it out highly under Reagan. Reagan was really the poster child that opened the floodgates. Before that, it was kind of like indiscriminate. But Reagan was the archetype that opened the floodgates for all investment banker, people like that, to get all up intertwined in administration and start to what? Will their will for what? For Wall Street over Main Street. Then came what? Occupy Wall Street, all that stuff. See how that? See, them people ain't like a lot of Main Street people ain't as slow as dumb as people think they are. They just may not have value in this stuff, and they really have this thing for what? The carelessness of Wall Street, even though their economy is tied to it in a lot of ways by way of their jobs, whatever, 401ks. But they like, you know what? I just throw my hand. I don't want to deal with that, man. What level of crooks do I want to deal with? I'd rather deal with my boss, but I can see him, touch him, grab him, right? Pay him a visit if necessary. I can't do that with all of Wall Street. So they just care not to even deal with it. Right? So a lot goes on that gets overlooked, but for what it's worth, we get it. Right? We get it. Right? So, it is what it is. And I hate to say it that way, but it is, right? It is what it is. But for us, again, it's just up for us. It's in our best interest to make sure at least we know these things. So when we operate or we speak about it, in some form of fashion, at least we have at least a good grasp of what's going on. Because if not, again, someone gonna be trying to sell you, something. Either their bags or some other, weirdness, right? Something that you can probably, work hard and figure it out without having to go what they call exorbitantly in debt. Right? Again, this is just a season to be very cautious. Right? This is the season to be very cautious. Right? So, I'm just saying, at this point, we don't need to have to play these games. We get it. We realize what we're dealing with. We good to go. Right? We good to go. Right. So, but that's it. So I ain't really got nothing much more outside of that. Again, it was just a good moment to kind of speak to this. We know the market's going to go through these little fluxes. It's going to rip. It's going to run. It's going to go all over the place. It's going to do what it's going to do. But for the most part, again, just be patient. Be patient. Right? Be patient. We're going into earnings seasons, guys. It is literally earnings season. This is going to be it's not going to necessarily be a complete binary make or break moment for the market, but it's going to really reveal a lot of the cracks in the market that we already knew that were there. And because of that, when you see companies like Facebook or Meta, right, sitting at above 180, 170, all this stuff, and you're like, man, how can they, speak truth to power for their advertisement values and say that they still got a handle on that? And they really don't. So going into earnings, people are gonna be looking at them like, yeah, bro, about that, we feel like you got that fair value, right? They're gonna be looking at this stuff sideways still. That's just my opinion. So again, it's a lot of things that we need to kind of keep in mind, no matter what it is. I know I'm preaching to the choir because you guys are solid, and you're growing. I say that, you're growing. You're growing respected to what you have time to be able to offer to this marketplace, to build your skill set, to become better men and women, right? Not only for your financial situation, but for your households, right? You're being on code, you're being solid, right? You're moving before, you're moving precise based upon, things that you put forth together in your head first, right? You're critical thinking. You're not emotional. That matters. That stands for something, right? You are people who are leading by example. And that's why I have no problem. I enjoy being in the circles of my peers with you all because I get it, right? We're patient. We realize that, look, we get it. We get it. Right? So we'll be around sitting through all this so-called earnings cycle, right? We'll be sitting here watching all the fireworks go down, and we'll hear all the different excuses that's going to come. We're going to hear them make the case that it's not as bad as this. We get it. It's coming. It's coming because again, when times present some kind of form of desperation and people get desperate, income, all the things that attribute to people making irrational decisions, I should say, lying, manipulating information, however, right? Just be cautious of that. All right, just be cautious of that. If you can't be convicted properly, sit on the sideline. Don't let cognitive dissonance ruin your what? Your moment to stay what? Level-headed. Don't allow it. It's just not worth it. Realize that, this stuff is real out here. People trying to really feed their family. People trying to really grow. People trying to really do some great things. Look, y'all get it. All right, you guys get it. All right, so I ain't got nothing really outside of that, guys. We know what we're dealing with. I think false, if we just don't throw something out there for our earnings, I don't think we got nothing really besides, we got, tomorrow, because we got all these banks, bro. So they loading the boat, right? They loading the boat on some of them banks. I don't know if it's for the good side or not, but they definitely load some boats up, for what's to come. Like tonight, we got, one or two little small little banks. We got Washington Federal. Then we got a couple of little, power technology companies, like some small off the beaten path. But then come Thursday, tomorrow morning on the AM, if you will, it's going to be on and popping. All right, let me go over here real quick and look at bar chart real quick before we get ready, shut it down here for the afternoon here. Again, thank y'all for participating, tuning in. Thank y'all for like, sharing, subscribing today. If you are new, we appreciate your view. We appreciate your patronage, to this channel, period. So again, we're just trying to build something here where we can find a comfortable place where we can come hang out at. But again, for earnings tomorrow, of course, we got Centos is that's going to be a very important one, right? I'm just putting that out there. That's going to be a very important one. Just tomorrow before the market opens up, right? ConAgra, that's going to be one. That's a food brand. We talked about what PepsiCo just had earnings recently. We saw what they did. They actually beat, but the market still punished them because the stock was up pretty high and they had a high PE still. We get it. General Mills had earnings. They beat phenomenally, right? They did very well, right? Pure play on what? Staple items, food. ConAgra is one of those type of plays too, right? So they may be, up against different issues within their house, but we'll see. Right, they got earnings coming up. They got 33% beat potential in this particular upcoming print. So that's going to be interesting. JP Morgan, we already know the bank's going to be all over the place. Morgan Stanley, right? Even one of the marijuana plays, OGI, one of my old school favorites there, trusty rusty OGI, right? But this one that I'm really watching too, Taiwan Semiconductor. Why am I really watching Taiwan Semiconductor? Because we're talking about the premier semiconductor or chip maker, literally a producer, manufacturer on the planet is Taiwan Semiconductor. In Taiwan, literally, the name denotes where they're at. And we know Taiwan under a lot of pressure, but the need for chips is at an all-time high. Everybody needs chips right now. Everybody. Cars, phones, everybody. Right? Everybody. So, yeah, we talking about the same thing people talking about a little bit with the airline industry. Demand is there, but we know that this is the marketplace that's, again, the bar has been set very low for them to beat. Now, granted, it's going to be a low bar for them to beat. As you see, $1.47, EPS, 18 billion revenue. Again, to us, they're like, man, that's a lot. But, granted, given that they deal with all these different things, it could be, up in the air. I'm still doing a little research on that. I got 20 minutes before I get off here. I might do a play on it. I may not. If anything, I hedge it. But that's going to be a very interesting one there because of, NVIDIA, AMD, MU. We saw what happened with Micron, right? They missed and the stock rallied the next day. The stock dumped really bad when the earnings came out, and then it rallied. It rallied. Got back all of its losses and went higher. Because they say, you know what? This is, the worst of the worst has already been priced in. They're going to play that game. It depends on the sector, Monica. So in certain cases, if we look at like some of the semiconductors, like it depends on where they at in terms of their market cap, right? Because you got to measure up against the market cap. So when we do a price to earnings ratio or PE, price to earnings, right? That's based upon what they're able to produce, on the aggregate value from quarter over quarter up against their current price. Now, if it's coming down and the market cap is coming down at a more favorable up against their peer rate, because some would say, okay, well, maybe, 30s, because they used to say that a lot, 30s and, the teens and the 20s and the 30s are somewhat normal PEs for even high growth stocks. And like some of these stocks had PEs at what? Over 100, 200, 300 at the height of all the euphoria, right? Some of them had PEs up near 1,000. I mean, when Netflix had a PE up, man, up near to what, 300, 400, 400, 500 PE. Like you couldn't make this stuff up. It was just crazy. It was just crazy all over the place, right? So now you say to yourself, okay, well, given the market condition, if their growth rate or their market cap or their revenue that they're bringing in is starting to decline at a certain value, you say, what does that look like on the PE degradation aspect, right? So, like, really quick, let me do this real quick since I got a hot little second here. I just need about 15 minutes for the bell ring to do me a little research on a couple of stuff that I already done research on anyway, but just a little final little things here. But let's run over here real quick. Let's go here. One second. Bear with me, family. Here, and where you at? Okay, here. All right, really quick. Again, they got earnings tomorrow morning, right? You see what the chart looks like, right? Ugly bear flag, right? However, it's ticking up here near the couple of moving averages here, right? The 20 and the 50 here. Well, not the 20, but the 20, but not the 50. But the 50 sit up here at 88. You got a sloping line of resistance sitting at around about 84, right? Not that far away from it, of course. Granted, it's close, right? If you get above that Pearson's line of resistance there, sloping line resistance, excuse me, then you can make a case to kind of try to turn the market. Now you've already kind of made it what they call a I guess a quarterly low at 74. You're back up to 81, not too far off that. You kind of flatline at around this $80 area, built a little support there. So now it becomes a game of, okay, well, yeah, you've come down substantially off your highs at around 150, right? You came down. Let's look at the monthly chart, right? You came down pretty decently off your off your purchase point, your double top there, right? You hit a major moving average here at the 200, right? At this 200, I guess that's the 50. Is that 200? Is that orange color? It's probably 50. We'll say 50, whatever, right? And now you kind of establish some short-term support. Now, if you get any bounce, yeah, you may bounce right back up towards 84, 85, give or take. But look at the PE, like you asked. The PE now is down to what? 18.5. The forward PE is only at 12.8. It's actually lower than the current PE. Since they've came down so much and so fast, that was actually killed their forward PE. And that's actually a good thing. When you kind of get overpriced a little bit, oversaturated, right? Book share values are only at $15, right? Cash to share value is only at $8.94, right? So yeah, from that perspective, you say, okay, well, yeah. If you say, okay, well, fair value, you say, okay, $15 a share, whatever, give or take, right? And now you kind of somewhat, near, well, in this case, even if you use the 8, you kind of somewhat coming down to reasonable valuation, and that would be more actually, around about $60 to be honest, $50-$60 to be honest, as you've asked me. But we understand the marketplace we're dealing with. Their level of demand is so needed at this point, and they're under a lot of pressure because China's waiting to invade them, literally waiting to invade, them at any moment, right? That scarcity, either it still keeps them it keeps them reputable. Even if they had a higher PE than 18 at this point, it will still make them somewhat seem reputable because they are a business that's not hurting for business. They just can't produce at this point because the whole world now runs on semiconductors, right? Like they need them them semiconductors. So now it becomes a game where you say, okay, well, given that, if they can forecast, of course they're gonna have lower guidance. We get that. Well, meaning coming into this scenario, I have to go back and replay. I listened to a little bit the other day, but Wall Street may look at this. Okay, well, we got a bounce today in the market. Yeah. We did it with Micron. Micron caught a bid. They did, right? It dumped, and then it bounced back the next day, right? That could be a scenario where they can utilize that to play this trade.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying this one is a tough one. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. I agree, and as I was saying, that's like it has a lot of implications. Why? Because they are the premier They're the best in breed. Now they got NVIDIA. We're talking about name brand, but this is the people who are behind the scene that put the heavy lifting for the entire world, right? because their manufacturing hub of semiconductors is very important. Now, what was very interesting to me, as y'all see right here, we got a couple gaps. We got a gap down to 58. That's why I told y'all, I said fair value to me would be around about 60, 50 something.
Yeah.
A gap closure, right? We just closed the short-term gap here, right? Get out of there, USA. I already got you. Dang it, commercial stuff. Right? We closed the little gap right here at 74. If that's short-term, if the market's still going to take another leg down, this is a short-term reprieve for them. They say, okay, we'll use this as the moment to kind of catch a little break, bounce a little bit, and then we'll think about what may look like, on the back end. If the market's still taking another leg lower, we'll just go lower, right? And then we end up inevitably filling this gap down towards 59, 58. So big. You see what I'm saying? And that's just on a technical but an overview synopsis before we go deep into the weeds in terms of the fundamentals. But yes, that PE is getting cheaper. As opposed to when it was up here at 140, all that stuff, the PE up there was around what 70, 60, it was way up there. But for Taiwan Semiconductor of all stocks, right? This stock here typically is a low beta stock. It don't move a whole lot. Look at the beta. 0.98. It's a low beta stock.
Yep.
And it's supposed to be, because this is stock you want to have in your portfolio for a value of what? Just grind and grow. They pay a yield at what? At a 2.4% yield. Not bad. They're pretty consistent in that. But the stock is beat down. Look at the performance on the month. Look at the quarter. They down 20% going into earnings. Right? They down 35 at a half a year mark. Same for year to date, they ain't near. So it's beaten down. Again, it ain't hard to see that from the chart, right? But the question is, again, is the value of demand given the supply chain issue? Because they are the supplier. They ain't even the middleman. They are the supplier. They the plug, right? They the plug. Yeah. But their raw material issues are jacked up too, because they can't even get the material they need, even with less production that they can pump out because of all the issues they're dealing with. We just saw that when we did that live stream about Ukraine, like certain parts of Odessa, right? They're the biggest miners for what? This Xeon, right? This neon stuff that goes into what? Semiconductor chips. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, you got other little small pockets, maybe in Asia, like China controls all that market anyway, the mineral market. So that market is still up in shambles because China's still trying to get out of lockdown and get back. It's a lot of moving parts. Right. But we get it, right? We understand it. So yeah, lately they've been getting, they still been getting a kind of favorable bid. You got Loop Venture, right? Gene Munster over there, Loop Venture, you got a buy rating on them, right? They still got, overweight. Morgan Stanley later one back in February. But outside of that, it's trying to find a way to get itself, back on its, on its feet. But one thing about it, we'll say this here. We get it. We understand this is a business that we know that it's going to have business until they build this so-called mega new chip plant in America. They're trying to, bid for it now, right? Intel CEO, Biden administration, they're trying to put together where we can build our own manufacturing for semiconductor chips. That stuff still years away. That stuff years away, right? Mm-hmm. Don't do it out on it now. It ain't gonna work. Not no time soon. It's gonna take years for that stuff even come about. But as of now, Taiwan is still what? The king of the block, right? Apple just failed miserably with their M1 chip. And they try to sweep that under the rug. Y'all notice that? Right? Mm-hmm. It was all that hype. And then it turned out they'll start failing. They swept that jump right underneath the rug. What happened with Apple M1 chip? Oh, yeah, about that. Move on, bro. Move on. Right? So as you see, again, again, they are needed. They are worthy. Long-term portfolio, I actually got in my long portfolio. Not a whole lot, too. That's what's sad about it. I learned a little bit later after the fact, but I like who they are for what they are, and that they got a good, consistent dividend yield, and they are what? They are use case upon use case. But they under the same strain as a lot of companies are. All right. So again, roundabout way of kind of giving you a little overdraft of my mindset considering this one. But that's why I said I'm watching this one very closely, because again, given the fact, right, we know what's going on right now. Mm-hmm. Right? We know what's going on right now. Right. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one again. Besides that, the banks, man, we know what the bank's gonna be about, right? But the bank's gonna boy, I can hear Jamie Dimon, boy, he gonna be lying tomorrow. He gonna be straight lying. Right? He gonna come out singing that sad song, that violin gonna pop out. Boy, look at him, boy. Woo. Right? Y'all already know what it is. Right? Y'all know what it is. All right? They're gonna sing that song, or they're gonna try to at least. Right? But we know this it's earnings season now, boy. It's earnings season. They can't run. They can't run. Right? And they were banking on this CPI too to help them out. Let's be honest, guys. Don't be fooled. They were banking on the CPI. They were banking on it. They ran the market up in anticipation of it, covered it at around 385, 390, and said we get a good print that gets us back above 400, and we just need to come in even in line on the earnings, right? We're getting a favorable benefit of that, and we'll rally back up toward what 410, 450. They were banking on that CPI to be good, blew up their whole spot. That's why they're revenge trading today. They straight revenge trading. They mad. I just call it what it is. They mad. They revenge trading. And that's, whatever. Right? Whatever. Right? But for us, again, we're going to be ready. Like Monday is going down. Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Charles Schwab, right? A lot of these synchrony, that's the one to watch. Financial company, well, not even fintech, but just straight financial holding company, lending, all this stuff. A lot of these, creditors, if you will. Again, it's on and popping next week. It's on and popping next week, right? Halliburton, Hasbro, Johnson & Johnson, Lockheed Martin been killing it. They've been killing it. Keep an eye on Lockheed Martin. Wink, wink. All right, the Ford, some of the healthcare players. I mean, the list, Calamine, that's a food company, pure play food company right there. Calamine, right? I call it Calamine, like the Calamine lotion, right? But Calamine, they're pure play on food, right? They do eggs, I think avocados, eggs, and something else. I could be wrong, right? Another one, keep your eye on Interactive Broker, JB Hunt, that's one. And then what? Netflix. They go Netflix, old Dirtflix. That's their new name, Dirtflix, right? That's what we call Dusty Flix or something, right? Boy, they got a 17% potential value to beat earnings next week. Ooh, they ain't getting them no slack. Look at that.
Net loss flicks.
Right? Net loss, right? That's a new nickname, right? And they still got to what? They got to ask for them new subscribers. And that's the question I was just going to ask you. Do y'all think they was able to rebound any loss in subscribers from the previous quarter? That's the question. That's the $1 million question.
I don't know what they have done to do so.
Because even if the little small incremental raise they're trying to do with the ad stuff, that stuff ain't gonna really materially impact or really hit the company to another 2 quarters down the road. To be honest, I ain't trying to tell people do it, but I'm just asking for a friend, bro. You already know. Look, it's always but certain I'm gonna buy at least one put in the earnings.
Yeah,
at least one, right? Let me get one real. One order real. No, I just want one real. One real. Yeah, make that one real. Yeah, I sure they're hungry.
No.
Yeah, at least one real.
I sure am hungry.
But I sure they're hungry, right? All right. You got to change for 100. 100. You get out my stove. Look, I'm buying that one put, if nothing else. When I cleaned the last 2 earnings, man, look. That last one, y'all already know what it was. I shared it with some of the fans. Woo. All right, now I know I'm not saying they're gonna do the same again, but we already cleaned that clock best we could at this point. If they're gonna save it, they're gonna try to save it at least a little bit on this one. If they try. I don't know if it's gonna be enough because the chart looks like the same way it did on the other drops. Look at this here. Drop. Consolidate, try to build, drop. See right here, same thing. Consolidate, try to dip. I don't know, guys. Don't y'all take this as investment advice. Don't y'all do it, right? Don't y'all take this as investment advice. But I'm just saying it can get downright messy. Between them and Facebook, them two right there on my radar. I ain't gonna even make it a secret. Look, Facebook and net loss, right? Net loss flicks, right? They're on my radar. Right? Them just on my radar. Right? Net tricks, right? 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 They're on my radar. I'm just gonna go and put that out there, right? They are definitely on my radar. And I'm just saying, guys, whatever happens, look, we'll see. We'll see how the chips fall. I think a lot of people gonna start trying to front run those positions too. And it's natural to do that, right? Because today they got saved, right? Because y'all know technically the market should be down around about 370, at least 370 right now, even or a little bit maybe. I get it. We know what's going on. They trying to keep this thing from just what completely implode on itself. They don't want to play from the lows. They want to play from a lower high. Notice I said a lower high, not a higher low. I said they're trying to play from a what? Lower high. What is a lower high denote? A downtrend. Don't get it twisted, guys. This is still a downtrend bear market. Right? They're gonna try to, don't fall for it. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. It's brutal out there. Don't do it. If you got anything, don't do it. At least be balanced if you do it. I say that. I'll say that. Right? Just be balanced. Right? Just be balanced.
Definitely ain't finna do no 400 or 410 calls. I know that.
No time soon. Right? Right? Or at least, not the interim. So they can show me something different.
Facts.
Right? So they can show me something different. Because it's earnings season, man. It's earnings season all over again. Let's go. Right? Let's go, guys. Earnings season. Let's go.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on. I work too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
Energy is fire. Conversation is right. If you stay tonight, baby, I might let you say all of me. Want you here, need your mind in these sheets. Completely intertwined in our minds, yeah. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Different kind of blue. Starry in the daytime. Found my living proof with you. I might lose all your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing.
Fair to say you simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it.
Fair to say you simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it.
Say you simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it.
If I'm being honest, loving you the hardest thing to do, so I keep to myself. I feel like I'm falling in and out of consciousness, yeah. Now we starting to talk, let's killing all the progress. Really hard to process, you treat me like an object. Baby, we toxic, can we stay on topic? I feel like we lost it, feel like we lost it. Take my love, don't waste it. Even though I don't mind waiting. Latest, my mind racing. What else I have to do, girl? I only want you. I only want you, yeah. I only want you. I only want you. Pull me closer. I can't stop bleeding. If you gon' lead, then gon' lead just like everybody else. If you don't like my company, then I'll do life by myself. Girl, your love like a drug, it ain't good for my health. Even though it's killing me, girl, I love you to death. Take my love, don't waste it. Even though I don't mind waiting. Latest, my mind racing. What else I have to do, girl? I only want you. I only want you, yeah. I only want you. I only want you. Pull me closer. Closer to you, pull me closer. Closer to you, pull me closer. Closer to you, pull me closer. Don't push me away.
All right, guys, there it is. There's your little drive at 5, right? An hour early, right? Had to get my trades together. Y'all know how this stuff go. I had that last little 10 minutes or 8 minutes. I had to make sure I, kind of go over a couple of things, whether or not I was going to pull the trigger. Now I had to handle that. So thank y'all for being patient. I hope you was, highly entertained with our so-called financial videos that we have put together, right? That speaks to what we're about. So I think that's very amusing, right? Some people, when they saw them, especially my son, you see him, just get cracking up. All right. But yeah, again, awesome day for what it's worth, right? Even though they tried to pull some, fugaziness in the market, which understandably, we know what they're playing from a game of desperation. Bad news is to them can be somewhat okay news. Not gonna call it good news because it ain't, but it's somewhat okay news. And so the way we closed, as you can see here, kind of forming this little, if you will, double top here. I don't know how long, of what it's worth if they're going to really honor that. But we closed right at the VWAP, right? So right now, after hours, was trending slightly below it, slightly. But that means nothing because the future market may kind of, turn that whole energy. Depends how the Asian market opens up this evening. Obviously, Japan market, then, China. Then from there, into the European session, right? Then London session, whatever. Because if today's any kind of, indication, at least from the value of the news that we got, if that really, hurts those other markets, subsequent markets, even more so, then they may just sell off, and they may not get the pump that we got, right? Because their markets are under a lot more stress than our market is, right? We know we have the most fugazi plastic market on the planet right now, right? It's not even up for debate. Other markets try to trade within the comparison, the values of what they offer, at least their citizenry, given the real true data, if they can, even though they still pump too, they got central bankers, but we know their market's under a lot more stress than ours. So we'll see how this turns out far as tonight, right? Because if there's any follow through for tomorrow, given that we have the bank's earnings, right? Because like I said, a lot of this was just them trying to get the market off the low so they can try to prop the banks up tomorrow. If they data come in bad, then they don't want to fall from 370 or 368. They rather try to fall from 368, 378, 379 lower, if that's the case. Not saying that's going to happen, but if that's the case, they would rather fall from up here as opposed from down here, right? Again, the tricks they play, whatever, right? Moving forward, right? But the money was already made. Again, I made my money off this drop right here, right? I made my money off that drop right there. When they opened up the market, around about this 930 region, them little pennies there, I ain't going to argue with that. Give me that 375 and change. I take them puts, right? Because I already swung puts into the moment. I already knew, I was willing to take that L if that was the case, if they was going to rally. Of course, the numbers were what they were, because I'm like, the numbers are going to be bad. They ain't going to fool me on that one. So I took my bag and did well on that. And my fast puts definitely, they definitely printed. So now it's just a game of, again, it's a game of hide and seek, guys. At this point, it's a market of hide and seek. They're trying to hide out in various places. They don't know where they hide. They just keep trying to bid the market up, buy tech, even though tech don't need to be bought, but they're going to buy it anyway. But I get it. Again, we understand. All right. But they're just kind of slowing up this whole rate hike scenario by keeping the demand in the marketplace. They haven't learned their lesson. They're greedy. They fighting the Feds. What else can we say? And the Fed's going to win in the end because they have to. Why? Because they have an administration that they have to answer to. Unless they're going to buck the administration and go on their own, then, until then, I get really excited about, buying a lot of these overpriced stocks and whatever. But until that happens, I'm still going to be cautious. I'm going to be prudent, and I'm going to let the market come to me, right? So that's just that with that. All right. So, so tomorrow, again, banks, Taiwan Semiconductor, like I said, one I'm watching. Then next week is really going to be on the popping. Right. So make sure you get some good sleep over the weekend, right? If you can, right? Because next week is going to be on and popping. And then every week after that, at least for 4 weeks, it's going to be on and popping with some really, 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 really good numbers. Meaning earnings, that is, that's going to come out. Now, whether the numbers are going to be good for the beat or not, that's going to be different. I'm just saying good numbers because it's going to kind of read what we kind of already know what's going to happen. So that's what I'm saying, good numbers, because I know I'm having some lot of puts out there. I'm having some calls out there too in certain places, right? But that's the market, right? That's that. All right. So that's all I got, guys. If you guys have any questions before we get out of here, definitely you're welcome to post them. If you will, we can, try to throw a little couple of Q&A scenarios out there before we get out of here, guys. Y'all got anything before we get out of here? Anybody got any questions on the investment you got to start you might be looking at or anything of that nature? The CPI data, as you see, of course, like I always do, I try to provide a level of detail orientation of commentary down in my description box. So if you ever get a chance, go down and look at my description box. I will have current events. I have the section called current events. Current events is basically definitely for everything that's happening in around the market in its present tense, right? So really good information down there if you want to look into that. As far as interest rate hikes that's potentially coming down the pipeline. Now 100 is on the table. It's not off the table, but it's definitely not the best case, but it's definitely on the table, right? Even though we know they're probably going to try to do 75, they can't really deny the 75 rate hike at this point. I don't know. They may try, but they can't. But outside of that, we will be looking and seeing what that does as far as the future Fed fund rate, after today, because we got the one for this morning. I posted that one as far as my thumbnail. Check that out. But the ones after that, we're going to keep an eye on that and also keep an eye on the GDP now, even though at this point it forecasted negative 2.1 growth. I think they backed it off that recently to about a negative 1.9. Still negative GDP growth quarter over quarter. But we know, they're going to try. They're going to try some, cook the books wherever they can. They know everybody ain't tracking this stuff and following it closely, right? That's the games they play. But, you know, we're watching everything if we can. We'll update you guys wherever we can. Just make sure you're off, you know, on your game as well if you can too, and helping, you know, keep everybody sharp and yourself sharp as well. All right. So that's as far as that, guys. That's all I have. Unless y'all have any questions, you know, we done for the day. We didn't, you know, cook. We didn't bake this cake, right? We didn't bake that cake.
Yeah.
What you got over there? You got anything?
Yeah, I just want to ask what you thought about some of the commodity prices right now, like Brent and crude and gold and silver, man, getting beat down, and then a dollar just ripping.
Right. And we kind of spoke about the dollar to a degree, because we spoke about it's a safety trade. It's kind of like how bonds were when they were buying about the bond, everybody ran the bonds, right? And they kept artificially suppressing the yields to keep the interest rates low so they can make an excuse to keep printing money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's the opposite. It's weird because now everybody else's economy is falling and crumbling and shaking, and they already hitting recession. The only dollar that's worth buying or currency worth buying is what? USD dollar. They run into our dollar as a safe haven, which actually gonna mess our tech companies up more than anybody. Why? Because they don't need a strong dollar. It hurts their valuation.
Yeah, they need foreign currency.
Yeah. Right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I said they need their foreign currency.
Exactly. Right. And we just lost parity with Europe finally, in over 100 plus years. Like it was some crazy number like that. And that parity you don't just get that back overnight, right? Because they still are in a very value of degradation, right? For the economy, right? Right. And the energy scenario is only getting worse. Why? Because Russia already threatened them that he gonna cut that oil supply when it get cold. Them jokers scrambling right now. Europe is in such a bad shape. Man, I could spend another 5 hours talking about Europe, right? But we have to do another video for that, right?
Yeah.
They're in such shambles. And again, you're talking about a superpower crumbling right in front of you guys' eyes. Under their own fruition, they caused it. That's what's crazy about it. They can't pass the buck to Putin. They have plenty of time to get their gas, nuclear power, infrastructure in place before this war scenario. Yep. They had every bit of the time to start planning for, ramping up their military or whatever. They tried after the fact. They all late now with this whole NATO expansion. It ain't boding well because everybody neighboring is saying, man, y'all can't pull that trash now, right? Turkey, don't y'all even try to add all the other little countries like that. Look, see, this is what happened when you party, just like Boris Johnson, who was out there partying. He thought he was a frat brother again, all over again as a prime minister, and they caught up with him. He got ousted, right? Their economy, the same thing. The European economy, just like a wild beast, savage frat party boy that got caught and he didn't get his affairs in order, and it's up against it's time for crunch time, and he's scrambling now.
Yep,
that's essentially the European government right now and the economy. They put all them chips in a lot of places where they shouldn't have, and they bet it the wrong way. And they tried to play their woke game against Putin, and they suffering even more. Boomerang dagger. Right? Right, straight in the back of the head too. It hit him in the back of the head. It flew around and hit him in the back of the head too. So when we're watching again, things like the commodity markets now, which again we know these are the only kind of what's called spot organic prices, even though they still could be manipulated, right? JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, they love manipulating commodities when they can, but particularly things that they really got a hand on, like gold. But for the most part, I'm really keeping my eyes on copper, because copper is the true bellwether metal.
Yeah, got a recession.
Yeah, that's the bellwether. There, if it ain't rebounding, then you can't convince everybody else that that we good, right? It's just been in the dumpster. Now it's trying to come back a little bit. It's trying, right? Matter of fact, let me get over here to the chart here.
On this last battery.
Yeah, literally, right? And copper tops, right? And Duracell battery, literally. Right? Can you see barely? Can you see barely? Right? Got them glasses on like old sister in the back of that patrol car.
Yeah, boy, that was funny. Yeah, barely.
Right? So you look at this thing right now. Just looking at it right now, just our weekly performance. Oh, come on. Here we go. Oh, it'll back it out. Okay, here we go. Just looking at this here, guys. I'm just saying that just look, they talking a good game. Now, let me do it this way. Let's do monthly. And then we're going to see, right? Because we know this is why they were trying to beat that horn, saying what? They were saying that inflation was what? Peaking, right?
Peak inflation.
Now, monthly pullbacks have been very demonstrative. Granted, now some of the stuff that's pulling back in is ugly. Again, we talk about copper. U.S. and again, the UK copper has been getting what? Hammered, right? Hammered, right? That don't look good. That do not look good for people trying to say that we got some kind of form of comeback, right? Because that goes in the housing, that goes in the plumbing, that goes in the cars. Copper goes everywhere, right? Everywhere.
Yep.
And if they can't produce those things for other values because the other ancillary metals are all over the place, jacked up, supply chain, and the most ubiquitous metals out there in copper, in terms of copper, actually in aluminum, then yeah, you can't really make the case that we strong and we got this and we got all this, that, and the third, right? But again, leave it up to them. Cotton got hammered, right? Oats, soy, we kind of talked about some of those grain. Now they're starting to rebound now, finally. And they're just going through what they call it, peak to trough, ebb and flow, right? Gold only down, near 5% on the month, so not crazy bad. Silver caught a bid recently. It kind of only, pared back some of its losses, still ended down for the month, but it pared back some of its losses, right? London, obviously, London, cocoa, coffee, all this stuff like that. We know what's going on there. The biggest producers or the biggest comeback story has been the one that got beat down the most on the first quarter of the year, or the end of last year, I should say. Into this new year was who? What? Lumber.
Yep.
Lumber up 22% on the month. And this is a stock that's trading at $500-$600, a lot for lot value. That's a big comeback. Of course it was up near 1,400, a lot, when it was at its heyday, but it's bouncing back. That does not look good for what? Housing.
Yeah, buddy.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, they can't catch a break. Right? Palladium, lean hogs, you get it there. Because lean hog just been constantly turning out gain. If you don't believe it, look here. You see not a speck of red on lean hogs. From year to date, all the way to the date, right? They just been constantly turning out gains. Feed the what? Feed the cattle, right? Same thing. And that's that food stuff, right? They talk about food price still high. Hogs still high. Feed the cattle still high. See what I'm saying? Even sugar, right? You can't even get good sweets these days. They hitting across the head for that sneaker bar now. They're gonna cost you. Can't even get that chocolate rush high. Right? They hitting them everywhere. Right? And so these monthly pullbacks, they may look better for July. Granted, I will be the first one to go on record and say July should come in possibly a little lighter. Now, this is one thing I forgot to tell y'all during the middle of the middle of the live stream. And this is how the price didn't necessarily come down the way that it could have in terms of CPI. Even though we know kind of oil took a backseat a little bit, crude came down. RBOB was still kind of fluctuating a little bit. That's the gasoline one, the RBOB, right? But what was off the radar that actually plays into inflation that they knew was a problem, but they don't put a lot of highlights on it because they feel like, okay, they're not going to focus on this. They're going to focus on gas and food, right? What's healthcare? Did y'all know if healthcare is a big inflationary tax? Healthcare is a big inflationary tax. Because you're not going to see it on the commodity chart? Nowhere.
That's true.
Notice that?
Yep.
It's a big tax. It's a big bill. You go to hospital for an ingrown toenail, boy, that can be about $2,000-$3,000. And people got to pay for health care. And they're thinking me suturing their own self with stitches and pouring, gin on their wounds and ride it out like, bro, I can't even afford stitches right now. Health care. I pulled some data on that. I was like, oh, whoa, what's this? And it's truth be told, it slipped underneath my radar. I knew it was a factor to a degree, because you think about instruments that go in the medical, medical stuff like that, and the metals. I'm looking at it from that, right? I didn't look at all the other stuff too, the inflationary costs, right? The taxation of it.
Yeah.
How those things rarely come down, even in hard times. They still got to get. Y'all know what was happening during COVID. They were charging what, $10,000 just to go on the ventilator.
Yep.
$10,000 just to be on the ventilator. Instead with a $10,000 added to your bill if you got on that ventilator. And it was killing most people, unfortunately. Sad to say it, but it was facts though. So I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So I'm gonna post it in the groups and chats and all that where we are. Respect. I saw that. I was like, God, dog, bro, that one there really. I didn't think about it on the other side of it too, right? I knew it was a problem, but then it was like, okay, these people think they slick, right? They just look, any way they can hide some data to make themselves look good, they're gonna do it. Like what I say, you're not gonna get honest data out of crooked people. It's just in their nature to play that kind of game, right? They're gonna play that game as long as they can, right? Because they're concerned with their clients and all this other goofy stuff that really doesn't, really has nothing to do with everybody as a collective, right? It's not a qualitative, camaraderie here, right? That's why I say I laugh when they try to get you to shame people and they're following all this woke stuff and all this other goofy stuff. Like, man, don't fall for that goofy stuff. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Because they are the mindset as do as they say, not as they do, right? They want you to be trapped. They want you to be bait, right? And so, yeah, we're looking at oil coming down. All it is at a decent level of support. It's finding support. Of course, it could have held at 100. It's a little under. It ain't crazy. Now, it can still come down, right? But it also can catch another bid. If people say, well, okay, yeah, we tried to call the bottom, right? We tried to say, take us ready now. And okay, yeah, we got, maybe we was just another reading too early. But they've been saying that since January. Again, clock it right twice a day. They're gonna keep trying till they get it right eventually. But at that point, it's still gonna be like, man, y'all so ratchet. Like, nobody trust y'all and believe y'all. Nobody believe y'all.
Just desperate, man.
Yeah. And I'm like, how can they even just be? Oh man, let me show this real quick. I'm gonna post it for the group too. This one right here. It actually was a Zero Hedge put article out. But yeah, we talking about like healthcare. Because it's the insurance, right?
Yeah.
That's another one that missed people. That billing. That's that aspect of it, of a tax that flew underneath the radar and only, people in the know, knew about it. And let me show it real quick here. Then, Gary, get out in a second, but I'm gonna hit those ones you're talking about over, Chris. I gotta show y'all this here. I like, man, these people here, man, they slick it in can of oil on Sunday. Y'all see it right here?
Yep.
Soaring health insurance costs are a substantial driver behind the surge in what? Inflation. That was a big underlying fact as well that kind of flies under the radar because it don't show up on the commodity market. And then you see how it was just kind of it ramped up from the end of or at least fall of 2021. And it's been hovering up here above the medium line, right? Well above the median line, which is 0. We've been sitting up here around about 2 standard deviations above that mean line. Because people just finally got a chance to even get back to doing a certain kind of form of surgeries because they were locked down for COVID, right? Cosmetic and reconstructive and all other kind of surgery. That stuff is starting to happen now. And that's a tax because it's going towards what? On the insurance. In an inflationary environment. And I'm going to dig deeper into this because it's just a preliminary stuff that's pulled from Goldman Sachs, right? But it's coming from the Department of Labor, right? So they pulling that data because them, bills are showing up and they mapping it back to these certain companies. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. So there was a big contributing factor within that too.
Yep. Good point.
Right? As you see, it says stronger insurer profitability is a near-term tailwind, but a medium-term drag for health insurance health insurance in terms of the CPI. Right. So this stuff is yeah. Adding this little, I guess it's discombobulation to the mix, and it's just flying under the radar. So you definitely can't say this is Putin's fault. Putin care, Obama care. Oh no, Putin care. You got well, sure you got that Putin care, bro. I got that Putin care. Don't worry, I'm straight. Pour a little alcohol on that thing, rinse it off, it'll be fine. Get back out there on the battlefield.
Wait, man.
You know, so little things like that, you know, just off the beaten path that was in, just flying underneath the radar. And it added is what? It's taxed to that what? Bigger picture. Right? That bigger picture. So again, more stuff to come from that. I'm gonna dig a little deeper. But again, going back to commodities here, we kind of get an understanding here, you know, what we're gonna look like for next month. It should be a little softer, granted, right? Again, you know, oil in itself, if we just say, okay, well, yeah, this $99 scenario here, $96 off of WTI. If we look at this from a chart perspective, what do we see? We see inevitability, right? Where it's still what? It's back at a key point of support. You see this line here that's already drawn. You see how it's kind of respecting it as of now. It's short term, but it's still what? Long-term orientation here. Look at it from a bigger picture. What do you see here? We crest, we peak, we double top, you know, and now we're trying to find a new support. Now you still got some levels of interest, or even down towards 87, right? It don't really become an issue or problem until we hit really 83. Just to be honest, I mean, the chart here is saying, telling you everything here, right? This could be a healthy pullback.
Yep.
Because demand is out of whack because all the other stuff still what? Ratchet. But it's still moderate. The problem is that where we all got to be comfortable and not getting ahead of ourselves and realizing that this stuff can moderate. We don't want it to moderate. That's what a lot of Wall Streeters are what not really factoring in. They trying to play this game. It's just going to what? Completely just crash.
Yeah.
If it ain't rising, it's going to be crashing. That ain't the case. Look at their stocks. Their stocks barely want to what? Crash. And then they trying to talk trash about oil. Like, yeah, they keep buying a dip on them trash and won't let them fall, won't let them crash, won't let them capitulate.
Yeah.
They're their own worst enemy. It's going to have for these same oil stocks and everything as well.
True story. Oh, Novavax just came out, got FDA approval.
Yeah, that came out early this morning too. So, you know, it was the news of it that they was going to get it, potentially they was going to come out. And weirdly so, I was thinking about, John, you know, putting a little bid on it. But I was like, man, the CPI data is so ratchet right now, man. That thing probably going to be all over the place. You know, you making catch it in a day, but you got to trade it, you know, like a trader. You know, you have to trade it, you know, be on your game.
Right.
And, you know, it's just one of those things where you say, man, the market just, you know, it's hard right now. And then we know the vaccine plays are still late to the party. Especially now with Novavax. Novavax, like, really missed it, you know, the bag. Like, all that money really went to Pfizer and Moderna. Right? Good thing about it, Novavax was sitting over, what, $200-something a share?
Yeah, it's just dropped, too.
And now down toward, what, $60 a share?
Yep.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Like, it's like, man, they held that wagon up so long, and now it's like, oh, yeah, you got the approval. Guess what? Yeah, about that. You just, you know, you missed the boat, bro. Your time, you know, that time in the past, bro. Nobody even talking about COVID like that much now, right? That's why they look at that. Ain't nobody even talking about COVID. I mean, get out of there. Don't even talk about your market again. Get out of here. Get out of here, Novavax. Get out of here.
COVID's so irrelevant right now.
Right? Joker trying to shoot him, Joker out there. Like, get out of here, bro. Don't bring that mess back up. Look at that. It got the little lunch. It got a lunch, got up to 72, and then what? You know, plummet. Like, this is just like, bro, that's the FDA approval. And like, that's what the market's saying now. And
yeah, I don't mean that.
Yeah, we don't want them problems. We don't want them problems. So, we don't want them problems anymore.
Trying to pull us back in. Trying to pull us back in. We ain't dealing with that no more.
Right.
We talking about this inflation right now.
Joker talking about we got enough for Fauci.
Yeah.
All right, you got enough for Fauci. They be calling Fauci all kind of names. Oh, but they'll cut Joker no break. But they gonna be on everybody back.
You can't make it, man.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, just spiked up. Joker probably bought all the calls into that FDA news, and guess what? Out of there. Yeah. Same thing with the CPI did. They noticed that it's the same thing CPI this morning. It ramped and then it dumped.
Yep.
Markets are brutal, bro. These algos don't know what they want to do. Right? They don't. That's all that goes for the most part. Then intermittent. Everybody's jumping in after the fact. Market's just like I say crazy right now. And again, for us, we're just trying to do our part, right? We're just trying to stay level-headed, stay comfortable in knowing, when we see certain things, how to, apply that level of, mitigation, far as the risk factor within it, let them fall. So oil again, 96, it's just at a support. See right here, straight line right there. Straight line right there, sitting there, playing the game of, hide and seek. Essentially, that's what they're doing, playing hide and seek with Wall Street. Wall Street need to come down to make their, they bake their cake to make their case for, for baking the cake for the market, so to speak. But again, yeah, okay, you pull back from 124 down to 96, you're hitting support at around this point here. Again, you'll get my attention when we start coming down towards 88, around there, you really get my attention, because that whole candle right there, that's a problem child candle right there. That's a problem child there. Like that one there, like that's the middle child, that's the problem child. That's that middle child. That's the problem child right there. They can't take that guy right there, take those buyers out. This right here, just it can consolidate and moderate. Again, they don't need this thing to moderate. If oil starts to moderate at around 90 to $100 a barrel and maybe a little over, and it just stays like that going into the back half of the back 2-3 months until the end of the year, that ain't good. That means inflation gonna stay what? Elevated. Yeah. So again, just because you get a 9.1 read inflation this month, and then let's say we go back down to like maybe 8.283 for next month, right? Why don't you say this is good? See, I tell you we peaked. No, it's just starting to moderate, idiot. But they're gonna make it look like this bullet. So they want you to be comfortable. They want you, the consumer, to be comfortable with 8.1 inflation. And not 2 or 3%. See, you got to be on top of them, because they're gonna try. They're gonna try it. Of course, they're gonna try.
It might be a juke move, to be honest. Might slide down to 8.1 and go right back up to like 9 something.
Exactly what I'm saying, because now lumber then turned. That's ugly for housing, because interest rates are going up. That means housing finna get more expensive for less house, right? Because people ain't finna pay them. They don't want them interest rates, and if the materials are going back up again, woof.
Yeah, rent an apartment, or rent a house.
That's what the problem is now, because some of the rents even catching up with mortgage prices now.
Yeah.
I ain't like look. On the properties we got, I'm humble, I'm grateful. Right?
Yeah.
And our properties are well kept. I'll go on record and say that too. But man, the fact that this inflation what it is, and we can charge the way we charge and what we charging now, I'm like, ooh, this is it's nice. Tough. It's nice.
Yeah.
And if you say, and the first thing you say is, okay, well, yeah, I know they want to rent our house. This house is nice. They wouldn't have paid this much for it, for the rent. If they had, they could probably buy their own and save 2/3 of that value on their own mortgage that they're paying me in rent.
Right.
But they don't want to deal with those interest rates. See, that's the catch-22. Like, no one wants to deal with the what? Interest rates, volatile interest rates. We up in there, prime rate of 5.7, 5.6 right now? Somewhere around there?
Yeah, even Anton Creel says talked about that before.
Yeah. The value of a house, home, that stuff comes in cycles. You got to know when to buy a house. People think it's just any time to buy a house. That's not how this stuff works. Granted, if you got it, you want to deal with it, you just jump out the window, go for it. But it's even cycles when it comes to buying property.
Yeah.
And so same with refinance. We jumped on refi when that thing hit that they ain't a negative interest rate. The refi all the juggernaut got the even dirt cheaper, and now we get higher premium on our rent.
Yep.
Couldn't make this up. I give Jerome Powell a little credit. That's the whole thing I give credit for. He's still a crook. He's still a crook, though. Right? But we came up on that, and we refi all of them too. So man. Again, y'all know this stuff is about. Man, it's just about trying to, like I said earlier, it's about protecting your assets.
Absolutely.
And still trying to grow them respective to what the market is trying to signal and do. So all these things that we're dealing with in terms of commodities here, again, we kind of see the what's going on. We know gold was supposed to be the recessionary trade, but it's still dependent upon stimulus, right? That's why it's getting beat across the head, because why? Now everybody ran from bonds to the dollar. That crushes gold. This is exactly why Peter Schiff probably banked on that. He took that L on Euro Pacific Capital, because he put all that shit thinking that gold was going to rally, because the market was crashing on inflation. And boy, they faked them out too. They faked Bitcoin out, and they faked that gold bugs out.
Sure did.
They hit everybody.
Yep, sure did.
So this is the reality where we're saying now, okay, if they're taking again, we just pull it from the great living legend Jeremy Grantham. They're taking everybody out one by one and putting a bullet in their head, and nobody's going to be spared. That's what's crazy. Nobody's going to get spared. And if it is the one or two men that may be standing, boy, they're going to be on shaky ground the entire time. And at this point, it obviously is defensive, but it's certain values of defensive, like a Lockheed Martin. They can win in this environment because of the conflict still ongoing. Right. Certain utilities, because you got to pay your utility bill. Yep. And for what it's worth, especially for my DOD people out there, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about here. You want to hang around those companies that got that steady pipeline of DOD cash coming in. When the Department of Defense cut a check, that check ain't gonna bounce. So companies that depend on that kind of revenue, getting those defense contracts. I'm just saying, hint, wink, wink. Right? Hint, wink, wink. Them checks ain't gonna bounce. See, facts. Those are places you can hide out in, because they're gonna constantly, that'll keep the lights on, get them through this, this time, and that check is gonna clear. Day one. And so that's why I say it's a picker's market. We know that to be true. Again, commodity prices are going through the little swoon now, and that's fine. They were just ripping since been ripping. This is just another scenario. Now you say, okay, well, granted, you got certain kind of technicals. Some of them in sell, strong sell, some of the metals within that. If they still got a strong sell on on copper, it's been a strong sell for going on Look at here. Daily, weekly, and monthly, and year to date. This is kicking them in the teeth, especially in Europe. Copper, man,
destroy it, man.
Yeah. And then look at it. On the monthly, even though you got a strong sell on crude or on the daily chart, which is the hourly and the daily, the weekly new. Look at the monthly though. The monthly still a strong buy on oil. Strong buy on natural gas. Strong buy on heating oil. RBOB, the gasoline, right? Strong buy. Run the gap. Strong buy. Somebody make that make sense right there. On the monthly. And they know natural gas finna be what? Man, this pullback in natural gas, if I may, not investment advice. I'm just saying, I'm speaking for a friend, right? Somebody say, I'm asking for a friend. I'm speaking for a friend right now. This pullback down to $5 right here, $5.50. But that was a nice little catch if anybody caught that. We can get ready to go into what months of the year?
So that's the hottest months of the year.
Well, the winter, right? Essentially, though, right?
Oh yeah, going to to the fall, winter, yeah.
And then I want to say that because why? Because who in trouble for this winter?
So Europe is.
Boom.
Finish him.
to my fatality. Boy, I need that meme. I got to get a gift for that and throw that one in the video. Boy, because it's coming. And Putin already threatened him that he's going to cut that supply off.
Oh, that's tough, boy.
Like they spelled, you cut off. You cut off.
Yeah, that's tough.
They scrambling right now. Sorry about the overbrain. I just saw you. My bad. I'm going on the chart. I just saw you in the room. My bad. They scrambling right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Who
tough.
Who gonna supply that natural gas to them? I'm asking. Seriously, I ain't trying to make fun at this point. Who gonna supply Europe with all that natural gas they need? 100% right over Rich B, Lockheed Grumman, Northrop Grumman, all them defensive plays. Y'all get it. We talked about them a while back. But in terms of commodity value, who gonna supply Europe? You talking about a whole nation, nation. Germany stuck. Poland stuck. UK, all that stuff. Look, all that finesse stuck.
They out of there.
Boy, let's even go back to them old school days and cut down a lot of trees. Medieval days, they're gonna cut down. Nobody, you're gonna be like, man, what happened to all these trees that was in Europe, man? I flew over Europe, I saw a whole lot of trees missing, boy. They burned them logs again, bro. Look, bro, coal is gonna go through the roof. Granted, they ain't got no choice. They're gonna have to fall back to coal now. They going back to what? Carbon dioxide, and they supposed to be a green zone now. Boy, look at they in trouble. I have to make a whole other separate video to go into that can of worms.
Yeah, buddy.
So natty gas, guys, don't look. They try to tell y'all that this. Look, all right, all right. They need natural gas in Europe like yesterday. And all I'm asking, who gonna supply it? So yeah, this pullback in natural gas, yeah, yeah, okay. Stop loss 550, right? Let's go, right? That's all I'm gonna say, right? Prove me wrong, right? Come stop me out, and and then secondary that would be what, about 488. You know, and y'all see the chart from this point here, right? It ain't going back down to 3 really until something really crazy happens. Something crazy got to happen. Meaning, like everybody got to come online at one time, like really get, figure out. Look, all right. I'm just saying. So just like we talked about, that U-shaped bottom stuff. That's all the market doing. Fry panning.
Right.
They what happens is, see, Wall Street got a henchman club. We already know that we put a paper on that back during the COVID times. Y'all remember we did that study on BlackRock, the pump protection team, and all that stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
How they sick people against other nations. They did it during the tariff war. They told BlackRock, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and a few others to go after Chinese stocks during the middle of the tariff war. And they did. They went to start shorting everything China.
Yeah, that's
henchmen
wild.
To hurt their economy because the punishment because of
ruthless.
That's wild.
And they did the same thing. They did a raid on oil. They did a raid on oil stocks with people taking profit in the same breath and hit it. That way it fall fast and harder. They say, see, it's coming down. Until it found a bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And then start buying again. Then they get bad news like what? Warren Buffett buying more shares of Occidental Petroleum. They're like, God dang it, Buffett. They call him all kind of names. They curse him. God, they're real, but God, Buffett, you messing up our flex right now. Buffett like, no, I'm buying oil, bro. Y'all ain't gonna fool me. I know the flex here. I know what y'all trying to do.
Right.
Y'all just did a raid on what? On the oil market, trying to short it. So to create the illusion that demand is just waning. In some pockets it is, but not all. Because they still got to deal with OPEC. What OPEC? Matter of fact, as we're talking right now, where is Joe Biden right now? Anybody?
Saudi Arabia.
What is he doing over there?
Begging.
What are you begging for?
The oil.
Yeah, give me some of that oil.
That sweet crude. Right? Crude so sweet you can pour it over your pancakes. Begging. On a begging tour right now. After talking all that hard trash, hard capping, in the middle when Saudi Arabia saying, man, we're not gonna pick sides with this war stuff, man. Get out of it trying to make her pick side with y'all. And then they went to talking trash about Saudi Arabia, going in on them. Now he over there begging. See how that work?
That's hilarious.
Tragic. Yeah. Venezuela, the same thing. Went down there talking mad trash about them, capping hard. Went right down there, went to begging to Venezuela. Could y'all pump a little extra oil, please? Could y'all help us out? We still trying to look good right now. We trying to look good.
Yeah, boy.
You got to ask yourself, what's the other side of that deal, though? What are they getting?
Right. No, that's what this. The same way every time we go to fight a battle in theater in another country, and we leave behind a cashier, weapons, logistical instruments, all this stuff like that, and then people that take that stuff and then turn around and use against us years down the line. Repurpose it and throw it right back in across our back.
What's that? The Taliban got like immense amount of
funds.
Like they got like 35 helicopters. They couldn't fly it.
I'm like Craig and they top like they got flashlight, tasers, German shepherds.
2 German shepherds.
We got German shepherds. We got everything. You ain't no top like they sit down somewhere and smoke this joint. Like, no, bro, I got these German shepherds out back, bro. Watch out.
Ain't lying.
They got the shepherds over there. They got F-130, 35. They got they got all kind of stuff.
Brand new stuff.
And they on Google right now, getting pilot license figuring out how to fly. They're on YouTube right now. Yep. Right, see this here. Right here, you hit this button right here, and it's gonna fly.
Make this stuff up. What you saying? They taking Google certification?
To my straight get that certificate. It's gonna mail it straight to their front door too. We gonna send that paperwork, bro. I got the paperwork. He gonna show up size seal delivery. So when we look at this stuff again, the commodity market ain't sitting in nothing that we ain't, can look at the market and say it's kind of the same reality. The pullbacks. Then I say, okay, well, yeah, if you make that kind of thesis, because we're playing the game of ebb and flow, mind you, we already knew this is gonna happen, right? It's not like we dumbfounded. Like the only people that are caught up by surprise here are people who hate organic data, right? Or reality. Because they want to be under the delusion, like this Jim Cramer illusion, all this stuff that, we got to form a way to kind of battle back and, kind of be okay. But that's not the case, right? Once the genie's out the bag, the genie's out the what? Out the bag. People getting a history lesson on what inflation right now that they haven't lived through or they didn't understand because this wasn't probably part of their forte as investors. Now they're getting a crash course on it. And it's blowing their mind. They pulling their hair out because they can't buy the dip and be comfortable and safe like they were doing back in 2021 and 2020, regular 2020. And I'm like, bro, if you go back and look at all the videos we did in 2020 up into 2021, up until this day, we were just like, yep, nope, be cautious, guys. This can potentially happen if this go down. Be cautious, guys. This can happen if this potentially go down. And we're just like, nope. Comfortable, be careful, killing all this so-called the mystique of the market really depends upon how many bids it can catch during abnormal times, right? But at some point, even that well's run dry because at some point, y'all remember the market was just so broken that every kind of news that came out, whether it be bad or good, was just good news for the market. It's essentially what we saw from when I looked at that chart, and basically all of 2021. Right when the market just went up in a way, like literally, like Superman, it literally played the role of Superman, where no news could affect the marketplace. Straight lunacy, inorganic, fake it in a $3 bill, and they wanted everybody to say, you know what, this is normal, right? This is normal, guys. Like you look at this here, an entire year. That's even going back to 2020. Look at this straight line. I mean, I can literally put an ironing board on the back of that them higher highs and run it straight down almost in linear fashion.
Yep. I thought it was going to hit that 500, boy.
Don't deny. Right up there. And so they're in feelings now that the market is coming back down when it was already artificially pumped up. See how that makes sense? That's greedy. Yeah. That's greedy at the highest level. You got to be a special kind of greedy.
I bet there's gonna be like a lot of talking points when it hits 200. Oh, the market's gonna jump back up now. No, it ain't.
They're trying to save face wherever they can, and they're gonna do it at the expense of whoever gets in front of their machine. They'll run right over.
Yep.
They just using retail dumb money because they know unfortunately they that dumb to fall for it if they ain't gained up well.
Yep.
If they got bad game, whoever they getting their game from, bro, they need to go fire that pimp. Right? They need to go off with his head. Who Who your pimp is? Well, he chose. Well, look, he chose. Boy, you chose the wrong pimp then, because you got a struggle pimp. He's struggling out there. Cause the data they putting out there, man, they trying to get people fired up about this stuff. I don't see it. I'm trying to make the case like everybody else, but if I just can't connect those dots, I just can't connect those dots.
All right.
They want you to say, well, no, man, but yeah. And then it's all that, though, when they can't beat you, from a fundamental perspective, then they say, well, don't bet against America. Why you betting against America? Man, get out of here. America bet against me every day. I can show you better than I can tell you. Look at the gas price. Look at the food price. Look at the housing prices. Right? Look at all these other prices that's going through the roof. Look how they keep sending money over to Ukraine. You got problems here. Man, get out of here with that goofy stuff.
Was that Buffett that said that?
Don't bet against America.
He said that back in 2020. Because that was the time when they were pumping all that money, though, right? And they just knew people like very scared. Because he was going to be a big beneficiary of it. And he was, right?
Yeah.
Now, he went through most of all of 2021. What? Church Mouse Quiet. That he didn't buy now. Maybe like 1 or 2 stocks the whole 2021.
Yep.
And Wall Street was like, handle fit. Buy. And people like, well, see, Buffett ain't buying. Well, see, Buffett, the old dinosaur, he's a fox. He don't know what he's doing. People, they start comparing Kathy Woods to Warren Buffett. Y'all remember that? They start making the comparison to Kathy Woods to Warren Buffett. And right now, she all but in the poor house at this point. I don't know where she even keep finding money to buy a stock at this point.
I don't either. She had to run out by now.
Somebody, I don't know what's going on.
She's been taking too many L's. Way too many L's.
And they keep going back to that trough.
Yep.
She got a loan.
I'm talking about loan money. Well, I don't know where she pulling money out of coffee can, mattresses underground. She pulling money from all kind of places at this point.
Yeah.
State relevant.
She's back in the cartel right now.
They telling her loan denied for real.
I know some people got to be telling her at this point.
Yeah,
unless you're a streetwalker, man, she must be out there tonight, man. Down there, my state down there, St. Pete, St. Pete get it in, they quiet. They got to do in certain parts of St. Pete because it's close there. But I'm just saying,
Oh, that's messed up. That's
escort service. She right down at the St. Pete Pier. That's a nice pier down there too. But I am just saying, man. I don't know, man. She just, I don't know. She's finding money from somewhere. I don't know where she's getting it from. But hey, it's gonna come to fruition one way or the other, right? Because a lot of these companies who she was overly saturated in, they're the ones who are most under the most fire right now. You think about this Coinbase, how she kept doubling down on Coinbase. She like man, that Coinbase one is really problematic. I even throw you another one that's gonna hurt. Remember she was just doubling down on Robinhood?
Yep. And Telegraphed.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 15, 8, 9. I'm in my Cat Williams voice now. 10. She bought that thing all the way down from the high to dang the single digits. And then she gave up and stopped buying it at some point. Somebody had to get in at her front door like, are you kidding me? You still buying this? See, you underestimate the retail trader. Them having all access to all this crypto investments through. She made that link between Coinbase and Robinhood for all kind of the weird reason. And maybe Coinbase will buy Robinhood invest, or Robinhood will turn around and maybe buy Coinbase. I was just like, this.
She definitely
was FTX supposed to buy they talking about it, are they? Or did they have enough?
They didn't. They just bought a bigger stake. They just bought a bigger stake, in the company. Because they know, like everybody else, the market ain't probably done doing what they're gonna do.
Right.
And so as the word is on the street is today, word on the street is like we kind of talked about 2021, 2020. They waiting for these companies to go dang near insolvent. So they can swoop in and acquiesce them at a lower price. Elon messed it up for a lot of the people who were trying to hustle like that because he jumped out the window and tried to buy Twitter more than what it was worth. In the middle of a what? Inflationary hurricane.
What you saying? He did it too early?
Way too early. Messed up the hustle for a lot of people were waiting for other stuff to come down. He was feeling himself. He was smelling himself. Jumped out the window. Now, it was a gift and a curse because they exposed Twitter, which a lot of people already knew, but he was able to do it from a place where they couldn't backtrack from it, right?
Right.
How they going to take it to court? Whatever. They're going to get some money out of it one way or the other. One way or the other, they're going to get some money. He ain't going to get out of that one scot-free. It ain't going to happen. But it's a symbol to show what we've already were witnessing anyway, too. A lot of people are waiting for these companies to get cheaper. Because a lot of these companies ain't gonna come back. Look at all those SPACs that just went to nothingness. You don't even hear about a lot of these SPACs any longer. They're gone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, yeah, you know, the free lunch line is what? Closed. So markets are saying, okay, okay. If that's the case, then yeah. Stuff gonna get, you know, go on sale. It's gonna get cheap. They're gonna keep trying to buy the dip. They're gonna keep getting ran over. They're gonna keep making the absurd, you know, calls in the marketplace. The market be like, bro, we ain't really ready for all that. We trying, but we just can't squeeze blood out of turnip right now, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they greed would not allow them to let the market go ahead and capitulate. They trying to play captain save the market at the expense of, again, retail dumb money. Right, so it's people with seeing eyeglasses on leading blind people. Right, it ain't the blind leading the blind. They got glasses on, they still follow these jokers when they should trust their instinct. Like most blind people do, in essence. But for what it's worth, again, if they try to play, okay, well, if we don't capitulate before the primary scenario. Or midterms, excuse me, not primary, but midterms. Now, if they wait to do it after the fact, then they can play the blame game. Like, see, this is why, right? Democrats took this major L, this massive L.
Mm-hmm.
Then the market sells off because then they say, well, guess what? It was what? Power fault. Inflation lingered more than necessary. It was power fault. This is why we lost. Markets say, okay, well, if that's the case, a lot of policy that y'all had to play when y'all just giving away money left and right, trying to pump these old stupid behind, you know, stimulus package at a time we didn't need that, then yeah, the market needs to what? You know, number one, take back all that money that we lost, right? And then potentially think about, you know, for the next reset. It can go either way, right? From, you know, again, it's hard to call it, but it can go either way. They're either going to punish the Democrats from the midterm and, you know, crush the market, you know, after kind of, you know, meanders around at around these levels here, let's say 410, 420 down towards, you know, where we at now, 370, 360s possibly, or let's say 370s, 380s. If they go ahead and capitulate now and get out the way, let's say we just go hit 350, possibly 330, they can make a base case to say, you know what, we flushed out a lot of the what, you know, a lot of that the inconsistencies that we were kind of, you know, expecting to happen within the commodity market. Because if the market flush like that, it's still gonna pull on some of the commodity prices too, right? The goal is try to tip them over the ledge. As of now, they just got the legs underneath the crude and some of the other commodities are still too strong, right? They getting hit, but they ain't they legs strong, right? Like a boxer. That's why they keep bouncing back, which keeps demand elevated, which keeps the Feds, you know, having to keep raising rates. The more they continue down that path and not letting the Fed win, they're gonna make it worse. Because if you piss the Feds off to the point where if they lose the midterm and they try to blame the Fed, then the Fed can say, you know what, screw all this. You know what? I know I could be a bigger race early on. I might just go and get them all out the way now. All the rest. Right? It can go a lot of different ways. Again, it's still speculative, but they playing a very dirty, dangerous game right now. Wall Street is the one behind putting the battery behind everybody back. They putting the battery in the back of the Biden administration and the back, in the back of what? The Federal Reserve. And then all the retail dumb money, right? That's following them, them still behind, price targets and stuff. Kathy Woods talking about Roku at $2,500 and what? By 2025, 2030, something like that. Something number she said. Roku.
Yeah. She kept buying Teledoc too.
Again, just y'all see it at this point. So again, just for what it were, you got to play, based upon the rules. If we're gonna keep following the future Fed future fund rates, the commodity prices, the interest rates, essentially, if you just really want to put a triangular value to that, then keep your eyes on the commodity course, keep your eyes on the yields, right? Because we know the inversions are still kicking everybody in the teeth. They can't, they can't even get from underneath that one. We had a negative 5.43 right now on the yield, on the 2 and 10 spread. Right? It dumped that today with negative 8.6, negative 8.06. We dumped 5 on it, I think was on it today, if I ain't mistaken. Again, we're in a constant state now where at any moment, I even say this, the longer it stays, the longer it stays at around these areas here, we're in trouble. This inversion is staying the way it is, we're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, that's a lingering problem, right? It's very problematic for our marketplace, especially our marketplace.
All right, I got a question for you then. In that case, what is crypto coming into play at?
Say it again.
What does crypto come into place at after all this?
You know what? Again, I made this statement a while back, and now it really signaled what I thought then when I said it. I think this was back, I want to say Q1 or Q2 of 2021, when Wall Street began to pump them CME futures and they start getting them Bitcoin futures, all that stuff like that. And I said, you know what? It's a gift and a curse. If Wall Street finds a way to correlate Bitcoin into its investment thesis as an equitable asset. Now we wanted adoption, but we didn't want correlation. See, that's the difference.
Right.
Adoption is one thing, but correlated value is you're kind of bringing me into your bosom in a way where you're going to control my destiny, and I'm the decentralized child, but now you want me to assimilate to what? You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
When it correlated it was game over.
So it was just another revenue stream almost.
They use it for that, and so when it runs outside of its natural mandate, it's going to have to take the lumps and bruises right along with what that's been deemed to. Tech.
Right. Tech. Yep.
QQQs, XLK. That's problematic. Fintech, all that. They dragging it all in. They loading up in all these different ETLs. It's killing its decentralization. Now, some would say that's a form of what? Self-regulation. Without the SEC having to go overboard, or the FTC or the FCC, whatever. Feds thinking about a digital currency, that ain't necessarily a good thing because this whole, that's another conversation for another day.
Social credit score stuff they talking about.
A lot of things are happening in a way where now, you see what I'm saying? This is not going to really put, it's not going to give the anonymity that Bitcoin needs to really thrive. And you got all this stuff that's happening, in these other nations that they're still trying to get their house in order, like Asia, India, stuff like that, goofy stuff. Ban it for a moment, then open it up the next moment, and all over the place. And again, I like the adoption aspect of it, but I hate this correlation. Man, keep all that future stuff. We straight, right? CME future, this, that, the third. We good. But it's too late now. That cat's out the bag. So now we're gonna have to again be pegged to the Qs, to NASDAQ, NDX, right? Until it can find a way to break out of that what? Out of that entanglement. I don't know how it's gonna happen, if it can happen at this point. It could happen. I'll say that it could happen, but it's gonna take a sovereign discipline like none other. Because retail money, dumb money, gonna have to really bear down. But then you say, well, where they gonna get the money from at this point? A lot of them are already spent at this point. They blew, right? So we're gonna need something really weird to happen. To shake it up. If it does, we'll be good, right? We'll be good. And I'm on it like really quick. Let me go to the chart real quick here, and I got to make a quick little move in a minute too. All right, let me get it in here. All right, let me show y'all this real quick here. Where we at? Let's go here, right? All right. Oh, let me get open something popped in here. Hold on a second. All right, let me show y'all this right here. All right, so let's go to the charts, right? To the charts we go, right? Let's go over here. Of course, the Bitcoin features, right? Then we talk about them features, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what it look like, right? Look just like the SP 500, or in this case, the Qs.
Mm-hmm.
Now this chart right here, what I forgot that's on the 1 hour. It's gonna show different on the 1 hour, but you see what's going on here, right? Now let's go to the actual crypto itself, right? Well, the idea of BTC outright correlated 100%,
Mm-hmm.
right? Anonymity value, no kind of it's gone. I mean, it's almost to the point where they're killing trying to kill the volatility, but that what makes it even more dangerous. Because you're talking about a $19,000 ticket. When it makes these violent swings like this right here, those are penny stock dumps for a stock, or it's not stock, it's a asset at $19,000, and you making those kind of dumps. Like, who's selling like that? If they believe in the story, is that retail or those algos? Trained algos now that got Latstone attached to it.
Probably a combination of both.
Exactly. And the whales on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Still do it the old-fashioned way. That's a recipe for disaster. Because they're going to have somebody to blame. If equities can't have their way, they definitely not going to run to Bitcoin because they already, killed their momentum. See, Bitcoin falling too. Remember, Peter Schiff kept making that same conversation. This is why it's falling to Bitcoin. You got to be crazy. And now he begging for Bitcoin now to save his little just the fun, right? I mean, it's like, but overall, again, you look at it, okay, and this is on our chart because it's gonna look like this. I'm just looking at Leonard Gresham band. That thing, boy, is heading downtown, right? To what extent? To what extent? That if we get a hard flush in the equities, you best believe Bitcoin following. If they can stabilize equity markets, if was the fifth, we all be jumping. But if they can find a way to stabilize this stuff, that'll give Bitcoin this little proverbial flow around 18. They'll be comfortable with that. Of course, I still think we got a date with that 13 area, 15, 13 area. Right? Let me go to the data chart. That way I ain't seen it scrolling forever. We still got a potential date with it. Again, I'm not, going on record saying I'm feeling like, I'm 100% convicted by it, but just given the price action, given the extent of the market, the overall marketplace, we kind of came down into this circle of death here. Outside of that, you got these guys here that protect, to play protection off of. We already kind of, tapped the 17.5. If that area, loses, then you're going those candles right there going to be like a domino. It's gonna be like doop, 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 doop. Back down towards the 13 area. This is the next area of operation you need to kind of focus on right here for Bitcoin. Me personally, right? In and around that area, right there, that little circle right there. Right? And again, interest rates are still going what? Up. That hurts tech. Bitcoin becomes the extension of tech. Inflation is still lingering. The scarcity of it don't necessarily make people want to buy this over a loaf of bread, right? I got my Bitcoin, I eat my Bitcoin, yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
You know, get that loaf of bread, go get that bag of Marita or that Nature's Own, whatever they call it, and get right. So the investment value of things began to, and then people still sitting out there with a lot of cash. I get it. People gonna say, man, they still got cash out. They still have some cash on the sideline, but they ain't going, they're not jumping over chairs to just rush in the Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
They make the comparison between buying this or Apple. Then you know which one they'll buy. So it's a gift and a curse correlation to the level of the adoption. And now we just got to trade it just like we're trading any equity at this point. Correlated to tech, watching it on the SPY, how that trades well, how this obviously takes the SPY down with it too sometimes, and the SPY does the same, in an inverse. All right. So, and then gold, both of them getting crushed. So neither one of them end up becoming the inflationary hedges that they thought they could be. So that whole spot got blew up. Right? Literally, it blew that whole spot up. All right. So that way, again, like I said earlier, just be comfortable and being patient.
Mm-hmm.
Let them bring it down lower, right? It's still up, right? This was, and of course y'all know that, but man, in aggregate value, man, Bitcoin is still ripping. Look at this here, right? It just had meteoric rises and meteoric flushes. But look where it's at right here. It's at 19.5. Look where it was in 2017. 2017, it was at what? Literally what? Be honest here, around about what? $1,000. Give or take $1,000 plus bucks, $600, $1,000. And it's at 19,000 now. How many years is 2017 to 2022? That's what, 5 years? Mm-hmm. So 5 years, you went from $1,000 or $600 to 19,000.
Damn.
Ask yourself who winning, who losing. Them Bitcoin holders. The only scenario that makes it ratchet is because, like any responsible investor, what do? You dollar cost average into strength. If you still like the thesis, you're gonna keep buying. That brings your average up, right? And so now your average is catching up with what? A fall in price.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, Oba. Because remember I was talking to the brother Zen Rashu in the chat, and he said, he was buying on the way down, right? But I'm like, if it keep falling, do you keep buying? If you got a bullish sentiment, you're gonna keep buying, regardless of the price falling. So let's say it fell all the way to 6,000. What's your faith that it's gonna go up? To me, that's like catching a falling knife. I would just wait for it at the bottom and then buy.
Well, see, that's what it is. See, with all the talking points that came out concerning Bitcoin being that they thought it was going to be what it was supposed to be for its inflationary head, people got overzealous and they started taking that stuff for face value, and they kept telling themselves, eventually, Bitcoin going what? Diverge. Mm-hmm. The more tech start falling, the more what? Bitcoin start what? Converging as opposed to diverging. Now they're what? They glued to the hip like Siamese twins. Stuck. Now, we're interested because you had what? This one here, that was your bailout right there. They got a second chance at life here to take profit up around here. And then it came back tested the air again, chopped around, lost it, right? Because right around that point there, right? Right around by in the vapor, we lost it. And then what? Then you gave up the ghost at the 200. That was your last what? Line of defense right here at that 26,000.
Right.
Last line of defense.
I still say if you ain't selling like 60, 50, 40, or 30.
And you don't even sell it all. You can just take some profit. That's the whole game. The name of the game is take profit.
Yeah,
take
profit.
Right? Take a little bit of money off the table. Leave a little bit to work, but take a little bit off to pay yourself. Right?
Yeah, what's the point of holding it if you ain't gonna, take some of the money?
But see, that's the reality too, because some people who are really staunch Bitcoin advocates, they say we buy through rain, hail, sleet, rain, snow, whatever, all that, and we just gonna hold her like it's 99. I'm like, look, see, that's that AFC playbook. People correlate the two at some point, but that's not what this is about. It's also about, again, understand what I just showed y'all in terms of that. Right. Since 2017, this thing is up. Literally, it was at what? $1,500 or $1,000 in 2017, and went to 60,000, over 60,000, right? Like, how much is that in terms of percentage gain? That's like, 6,000 plus percent?
Yeah, I was gonna say that about 6,000.
6,000% literally in under what? 4 years.
Yep.
The first tranche, right? Like, you couldn't make this stuff up. Jokers want this thing to do astronomical backflips and just turn a trick every day, all day, every second of the day. Like, bro, it's only so much money out there, right? Now, there's people out there got some bread, but it's only so much money out there.
And a bigger percentage from like what was that? 2018? When it got back down to 3,000?
But hey, look, remember I called that bottom on that one. Remember you had that conversation. I remember I told you Bitcoin the bottom was in it at 3,000, like 3,100. I remember like yesterday.
Yep.
I got the video to prove it. I was like, bro, that 3,100, I'm buying here, bro. The bottom is in right here.
Yeah.
And we called it. And we went on record. I said, matter of fact, I did it on, I think I mentioned it on Garfish and that time we did it on one of the Urban Economic Empowerment shows.
Yeah.
I was talking about it. Like them just in the back chat, just heckling and it ain't gonna go. This Bitcoin. I told that stuff. I admit up 3,100, 3,200. That's your bottom, right? Y'all see what I got? A thin line, a slope line right there too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find that video too. So.
Yeah, I according to these lines here, this stuff ain't after fact. Them lines were put in at a point where I was like, yeah, right here, guys. We bottom here. We rounding out here.
Yeah,
I remember like yesterday, and then we haven't looked back since then. And guess what? Even at that point when we ran up to like 20,000, we were still up, guys, over 200% from 2017 at $1,000. It was at 3,000. You still up over 2,000%.
That's crazy.
200%. Excuse me, 200%.
It's crazy.
In 2 years, you still up 200%. You still outperforming the SPY, the tech, all that mess. You still outperforming it.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's hard sometimes to back away and look at the stocks of assets from 30,000 feet, because you get emotionally connected when you day-to-day grinding it, right? Week to week grinding. You got to step back and look at all them time frames. That's why we say we look at every time frame. We don't leave no stone unturned. If you want to be about that life in terms of this stuff, guys, this is what it takes. You can't be jaded. You can't swoon at the sight of in a little uptrend or downtrend. You got to look at things from the scope that it is and say, you know what? I see what this looks like at this point. Back it up. I see what it looks like at this point. Get close. I see what it looks like at this point. That way you have a fair value assessment. Because to somebody that got, came late to the party, yeah, they getting crushed right now. They getting crushed. Because they bought the what? They bought the euphoria. They bought above 30,000, 40,000, right? 50,000, up into 60,000. They bought. Oh, we going to 100,000, bro. And then the world happened. Right? COVID and all this kind of not necessarily even COVID, but the back, I should say the backdraft came about. Having to deal with the carnage, right? Of overstimulating and this, that, and the third. Somebody got to answer for that. All assets are being what? Taken out back and putting the bullet in their head. Jeremy Grantham. One by one. So at some point when all that's done, then you say, okay, all right, let's go. You see, I got a line right here, right around that same area. Come on. We ramped up into that, what, 13,000 area? Right around that area there? Yeah. I got my eye on it. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going there, but I got my eye. Right? So this is the next candle we got to deal with. Until this candle here goes and flips, and you see we already kind of dug into it just slightly a little bit. We got down, a little bit into it. But until this candle right here completely flips, or it does not flip, we'll know what's up, right? So right now we are at 17, this one here with the wick. It's inside this candle around about maybe right around that point there. If they flip this entire candle, then yeah, I'll think about nibbling on some of my crypto. Or I have to see a demonstrative rounded bottom. Demonstrative rounded bottom. Because then at that point, equity markets have to get their house in order or their affairs in order for that to be a case at that point. All right, so a lot of this stuff ain't hard to connect those dots, but you just got to be comfortable in knowing how to walk your way through it, talk yourself through it. Don't run. Be patient. Find two corners if you can, because it's not a problem unless you add. If you ain't added yet or thinking about adding, then you got all the time you need to kind of map it out, because the markets are still fluxing right now. That's all over the place. You ain't missing out. Every time you maybe thought it might have been a good buy, 20, 30, it went lower. So you're like, yeah, good thing I didn't waste that money. Right? And now it's starting to kind of slightly stabilize. So I got my little line right here, it's a little pink line. I need to extend it out further, but you see exactly why I put that line there, because we say that was that line in the sand. That's why I was kind of fighting at that line right there now. Right? Now, if it rounds out here, it builds a little nice little, round the bottom here, back down towards that, testing the air again, possibly that, and rounding and just kind of chop sideways, possibly nibble, possible, but it's going to take more than just, a week, to give that level of confirmation. Because there's still a lot of big old data points coming out. We still got GDP got to come out at the end of the month. They can't skirt around that one. They still hesitate to call the market a recession. When that number comes, they're gonna have to say that we're officially in a recession. Wall Street can do everything they power right now to try to price it in ahead of time. Same way they try to do with the CPI.
Right.
See how that turned out. Right? See how that turned out. Now they rallied on the back end of the day, but it dumped and then it rallied. Right? Fugazi rally. We get it. It's a bear market rally. People just hate to take L's. Right? But anyway, that's just some way to look at it. These assets are very, they have value. I'll be the first to say that, but the beholder have to be able to understand everything else that this market is presenting to them, and especially for Bitcoin asset value in itself, and even iron out a lot of its problem with the energy crisis that it has and renewable energy, how they can do this from a nuclear perspective. That's the next case. They really want to be powered by nuclear power, right? These miners. Now if they get that, then yeah, you best believe, boy, it's coming probably at some point. Somebody gonna jump out the window, but it's just filling in those voids and building out this the infrastructure of what Bitcoin is going to need to survive going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the blockchain as a whole is still invaluable. We get that. Immutable ledger can't beat that. Can't beat it. It's the best thing on the planet at this point, hands down. But then it's all the other stuff, right? But we still talk about who are the best in breed scenarios, right? Altcoins are getting pummeled right now. Right, they serve their purpose. They were little moments to have fun, but now they no, let me go hang out with granddad now. Let me go back to granddad now. That's basically what a lot of jokers doing. A lot of jokers ain't even gonna get their money back. Celsius, all that stuff like that, that's just sad. Sad story. Luna, all that stuff, sad. But they knew what they was getting into when they got into that stuff. Right? Some of them didn't. They just jumped out the window. Right? Head first. Tragic. So, little things like that. Of course, I still got a couple of altcoins. I ain't got a lot, but I got a couple of them still watching. Right, of course, y'all know my little LRC. I'm still true to it. ETC, y'all know I've been true to them types. The little off the beat path, of course, definitely Ethereum. Right, but I don't go too far the beaten path. Right, some of you about to name these cryptos. I like, man, what's that? I mean, outside that, the only one that I got that's off the beaten path is Mana. right? That whole metaverse mana play.
Right.
It served this little pump moment. They got all excited about the NFT stuff. Now, at some point, if Facebook can, try to get that mess back online the way they thought it could, at some point they're gonna keep investing in it anyway. So eventually they're probably gonna get it. But then, it's other stuff that LRC does in itself beyond that. But I still like it for its use case in terms of what it offers for that space. NFT, metaverse, still transactional value for the contractor perspective that it adds. It's more speed, valued. It has a use case in that regard. Smart contract value. It has its case, worth to be still looked at. But I'm not gonna tell nobody to jump out the window. Do your own due diligence. All right, that's my little drunken place, right? Or I hang out at, right? App down. Right. Certain people got those little assets like that they still kind of keep close by because they like them for their use case. Right. So yeah, a lot to do, a lot to kind of look at, to kind of gloss over the entire marketplace. Just make sure you guys again realize, which asset classes are most notable during a certain time, right? We're talking about the cyclical nature of markets, ebb and flow, cycles, some from equities to Forex to crypto, doesn't matter, right? We know which ones are going to be, looked at, the most, scrutinized the most. It just comes with the territory, right? If you're gonna take those kind of wild chances and go off the grid a little bit and find a little off the beaten path little asset, make sure the story is compelling in terms of the use case, right? Not the hype, but the use case, because that's the only thing really gonna survive until we really get a lot of this retail dumb money flushed out of the system, bad fiduciary responsibility hedge funds and banks flushed out of the system, administration bad policies, federal, all that stuff flushed out the system, inflation kind of quail back in to a degree, flushed out the system. When all that stuff really starts to come to a head, we'll know, right? And that's what's crazy about it, because people think they're gonna really miss that signal when it actually happens. You'll know, right? The market that has a lot of historical value to prove to you or give you some kind of symbols of what that may look like when it happens. You just got to be a student of the game and go research it and look it up, see what markets do when they have that, those kind of values. All right. So that's just something to think about, guys. So outside that, guys, I ain't really got nothing else, man.
That's it.
I got to make a quick little run here. I'm a little bit behind, but it's okay. Again, I go, it's the fam, right? I'm gonna put it in, and we're gonna talk about this stuff again. So hopefully I get a chance to do a live intro tomorrow, and I'm gonna set what we got going on for us tomorrow, because I gotta map out some of that stuff. I got some stuff to deal with Retrade HQ, all this stuff like that too. We got some stuff we kind of line up or get taken care of on that side too. So going forward, we're gonna start working some things out where we can get at least value some of the daytime value into parlaying it to what we're doing, even with some of them evening sessions that we kind of do like a la carte, even though it's slated and stated. We've been doing it that way for a minute. But I gotta get with them and kind of get some stuff together going forward, because like all things, they up against the same thing that all the other companies are up against, right? They got to deal with, people who are allocate money and got to do things as well, right? And that's what they're doing. So it ain't no secret across the board. Everybody got to be able to fend, right, for their situation.
Right.
And wherever you go to get what you need from what you want from it, you have to be accountable for that, right? The same way you hold that, that entity accountable in the same breath. So a lot of that stuff I got to be able to map out with them and let them know, where I'm at in that whole regard too. Because I go above and beyond when I can for the fam, right? But like everybody else, my time is valuable like everybody else, right?
Absolutely.
It's very valuable. And I got a family, so I'm not going to make that make that not be known in that regard. So it has to make sense. As I always say, dollars and cents. It has to make sense. Dollars and cents.
Absolutely.
Because time is money. Right. So that's it. So outside that game, we're gonna keep our focus intact. We know what we've been training for all this time. We know we not only that, all this stuff that we've been building up for now, it's just happening. It's just coming into fruition. Right? And some of it seem to be a little bit more streamed than the others, but it's still, it's not hard to see it and say, okay, yeah, we kind of thought this could happen, so no big issue there, right? No big issue there. right. So that's it, guys. So that's all I got, guys. I'm going to shut it down. I got some little quick things to do real quick. I thank y'all for coming on. I know Over Sunny, you kind of been off and on. I know you've been busy, man. You got any last words, Over Sunny? I know you can get a chance to really, build. If you were busy,
Nah,
I'm
I
sure.
was just going to say that the market was a great day today. It was a perfect time for people to read the charts on your head and shoulders with the Netflix and your head and shoulders with the SPY. It was perfect.
Good points. Good points. Again, and just being able to kind of, as we keep saying, see things for what they are, right? Stay within the confinement with the market is, presenting to you, and then, make those kind of proper decisions that's going to carry you, right? So we know what we got today. We got this around the top, right? Now, even though the drop was, should have been, whatever, but they did they could, to get that thing all them lows before the bank give them earnings first, right? But you got another little round at the top here. So we'll see what the market does, in terms of, how it plays into the bank earnings. Everybody going to be on watch tomorrow, of course, watching it. Right now, you got 20 moving average down there at the 381.86 now, when it was at 384. So it's starting to kind of roll over, even though we kind of crest up here again around 386. It's just starting to roll back over a little bit. So we're gonna keep an eye on that as well. And just seeing what this market gonna do. Of course, if we got to test, a date with some of these levels on the way back down here, kind of tested this one here. This 378 broke below it, came down and hit, 375, broke below that, went and hit 373 up around this area here. They hit the brakes on it at around this point here, which was odd. Like, why they hit this area here? All right. I guess they want to save some of this candle here. I guess this big candle right here, they saved it inside this candle here. All right. But nonetheless, we got close. So if they come down and test this 372, it can get a little messy. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on things. But that's it. You're 100% right, Over. Keep your eyes on your technicals, watch your patterns, watch your trends. Keep your eye on the volume values too, because even though there's a lot of this, low volume, spoofing and spaz in the market, that's just, Wall Street tricks, right? That's still a lot of this Wall Street tricks, using the algos to do their dirty work. Just be cognizant of that as well. All right. And so we'll see what the market will come to a head when that GDP data come out. Or even the FOMC meeting, right? Because that next rate hike, this 100 basis points on the table, even though it's, it probably won't happen, probably get to 75. The 50, I think, is almost like, man, for them to do a 50, I think that would be, insult to injury at this point. They try to do a 50 at this point, I don't know. I doubt it. But they'll try.
They were talking about it being up to 100.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, too. I got it on, matter of fact, that thumbnail, I'm going to post it again. I did post it in the group. But yeah, it's like a 39% chance of 100 now. Now that the interest rates came in harder than expected. So just keep eye on it. Nonetheless, we got PPI tomorrow. That's going to be interesting too. So PPI is a producer price index, right? That's what the producer and the wholesalers are dealing with, right? Them raw costs again, all that stuff. So that's another one to keep in mind, right? On top of bank earnings. So tomorrow going to be short of surprises too, or fireworks at least, right? At least. But we'll see what comes from that when it's all said and done. All right, so thank y'all again for tuning in. Over Brandon, over Chris, any last word before we get out of here, gentlemen?
Like always, we appreciate you. Thank you for doing this.
Anytime, you already know it. On Bantu all day, every day. Always. All right. Happy to have the family in the building, right? I enjoy hanging out with y'all, man. I tell you, man, we got something, man. We got something great. We got a good little community, good people. We're just trying to build. We're just trying to grow, right? That's all we can ask, from one another, right? And so that's to be commended and respected. That's why I value it. All right. So thank you all as well, guys. So that's all I got, guys. Thank y'all on the YouTube side as well. Thank you, Over. Everything in the building, of course. Over Rich B was in the building. Miss Monica Lamb, Miss Ilba Monica Lamb in the building. Shout out to her. Miss Angie as well. Angie Monroe in the building. Shout out to Ilba Angie as well. We had, who else we had came through? We had Brother P Smooth came through. Our family Yoda came through. Over Sunline came through as well. Our family CG3, right? Shout out to him. Brother Mathis came through. Oba Chavez came through as well. Shout out to him as well. Sarah came through as well. Miss Sarah Brown, she came through as well. Thank you for coming through today as well. You're welcome here anytime. All right. And I think that for the most part, anybody might have been watching or listening via, Facebook or Twitter. Of course, if I didn't see it, thank you for being, patronaging, our bill today as well, right? Through the value of viewership. All right, so that's it, guys. So see you guys on the next one. Just under PPI tomorrow. What else we got? PPI tomorrow and a couple other things. Y'all know where to go check it anyway, so whatever. All right, go check it. Go check it. All right, and we got the earnings again. JP Morgan, Taiwan Semiconductor. That's gonna be interesting one. And then next week is gonna go, man. Next week is like prime time. We going hard next week, right? Netflix and all that stuff, boy. Yeah, get ready. That's all I'm saying. Get ready. All right. It's gonna be on. All right. So that's it, guys. So I'll see y'all on the next one, guys. Peace, power, and profit. You guys be safe out there, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace, everybody.
All right, peace, everybody.
Peace, family. Peace.
Peace.
Energy is fire. Conversation is right. If you stay tonight, baby, I might let you say all of me. Want you here, need your mind in these sheets. Completely intertwined in our minds, yeah. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Different kind of blue. Starry in the daytime. Found my living proof with you. I might lose all of me. Want you here, need your mind in the sheets. Completely intertwined in our minds, yeah. Tell your future like a psychic. Baby, you gon' end up right in my bed. Chemistry is science. I could play it cool, but I'd be lying. Read you like a psychic. I'ma tell you something, you gon' like it. Chemistry is science. Better than what you was fantasizing. Tell your future like